you the director of the 5W Midwest Showdown? Can I ask you a few questions? What is going to be the thing that people remember most about this meet?
The one thing that I want people to remember about this meet is that it felt like it was the Midwest premier powerlifting meet, something that we can host once a year to showcase the depth of talent in this region. From high-level production to head-to-head matchups, and an elevated experience for the athletes and spectators where every single little detail makes the athlete feel more valued and the spectators feel more engaged. Most importantly, we want to give back. Give out real cash prizes for top universities and outstanding lifters by reinvesting into the people and the community that help us build this sport.
Why does this meet mean so much to you?
This meet means a lot to me because I'm one of those lifters who never qualified for nationals, let alone get invited to compete at a bigger stage hosted by major powerlifting brands. I know how it feels to train just as hard, care just as much, and still never get the opportunity. I want to use this meet as an opportunity to create that platform where lifters can showcase their talent and be able to put themselves on the radar for future opportunities such as sponsorship and accessing a bigger stage.
What do you think this meet is going to say to the rest of the powerlifting world?
I hope that with this meet, we can show people that even if you're not the biggest name in the sport, you can still create something that is meaningful and impactful. Our goal since day one has always been to create the best meet possible within our means for the athletes, spectators, and people watching from home. We are committed to learning, improving, and raising the standard of what the powerlifting meet should look like. Whether you're competing, handling, spectating, or thinking about stepping on a platform next year, we're excited to welcome you into what we're building.
All right, we're good. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
We are so excited to be here today. We are at MPG Fitness in Aurora, Illinois, and we are at the 5W Midwest Collegiate Showdown.
We are so excited to be here. Our lifters are hyped up. They're ready to go. It is going to be a wonderful day today for these collegiate lifters.
Yeah, we have so much exciting lifting for you guys. We still are about 10 minutes until lifting begins, but we have so much planning, so many programs ready for you guys. Let's just run down a little bit more about what this meet over the course of 2 days is going to look like.
Yeah, so Kevin, why don't you walk us through how our lifters are going to come out for their flights? How is that going to work for the audience?
So the overall structure of this competition is going to be, we're split into 2 days. We have day 1, day 2, Saturday and Sunday. This first day is going to be a collegiate showdown, which is showcasing all of our college lifters across the Midwest. We have lifters from Indiana, here in Illinois, Wisconsin, Ohio. We have lifters from all across the Midwest that are traveling here to Aurora, Illinois, here in at MPG Fitness, that are all competing for the title.
Yeah, and our collegiate lifters really are such a vital part of our sport. They bring so much energy to the sport. They are, when I walk into the gym and I notice that our lifters are like back from college, winter breaks, summer breaks, like the energy in the gym is just so much different when they're there. It's so much more exciting, and watching them grow is also just, they come back from school and all of a sudden they're hitting PRs like 50 pounds higher. And I'm like, weren't you supposed to be studying?
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed the time when I was in college at DePaul, being able to kind of lift with my team and competing with them. It's really rewarding when you have that camaraderie with your people that you can go to class with, but then also go after hours in the gym and be able to train with them and build that community with each other. That's one of the things that we see here. We have all these different teams. We have University of Cincinnati, Badger Powerlifting, Powerlifting, and Indiana University, just to name a few. These schools have been prepping for months on end and bringing teams and being able to showcase some of their strongest lifters in their rosters to compete here today.
And something that's really cool as like collegiate powerlifting grows too is there's starting to be opportunities for athletes to get scholarships for powerlifting and stuff like that. So it's really starting to turn into what we see from professional sports at a higher level, where we're starting to see this collegiate feeder program. And as these collegiate programs start to pop off, we're starting to see some performances from young lifters where we have 21-year-olds, 19-year-olds breaking world records. And I'm like, I didn't start lifting till I was 22.
Yeah.
So that's crazy to me off rip.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things is that actually this weekend is the start of the 2026 Powerlifting American National season with the first, we're kicking off the Bench Press National Championship, which is also happening this weekend. So a lot of these lifters are qualifying to compete at University Collegiate Nationals, which is going to be in April. So we're really excited to see a lot of these lifters that are competing here, but we'll also be able to see them later down in the year competing at the nationals that are coming up this season.
Yeah, and with this season coming up, with bench nationals happening today, there are some lifters from the Midwest competing there. So shouts out to our other Midwest lifters who aren't here but are competing elsewhere today. I think Midwest is really starting to show some pride in our powerlifting community. And that's one of the things that I think we're going to really see today is that people are proud to say that they're from the Midwest. Whether you're from the cornfields or downtown Chicago, the Midwest is strong.
Yeah, I think one of the things that people at the almost at the global scene, but here domestically in the U.S. have noticed is that Chicago, the Chicagoland area, has really become kind of an epicenter of powerlifting, with all these gyms opening up and all these different communities kind of springing up out of nowhere. It seems. It's only been a few years when powerlifting really kind of reignited in this region. I mean, you and I have been both powerlifting for years,
Yeah.
right? I remember back in those surge days, back in I was training at Lance's gym
Yeah.
in Chicago. Like, I remember when powerlifting really wasn't much of a thing. You'd have maybe 2-3 local meets for different federations a year, and that would probably be it. But look at how much that scene has changed over the past couple of years to now. Here in Powerlifting America, we've probably had maybe around 12 to 15 meets a year. That's
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah, and we're starting to see that local presence start to make its way into Powerlifting America with this increased access to meets. As the federation continues to grow, we're starting to see more lifters get into the sport. And it's just really cool to see how much powerlifting is starting to explode. And I think it's really cool as powerlifting grows, we can start talking about some of the benefits, not only to competition and, you know, the things that our athletes are doing on the platform, but powerlifting really is a way to improve your overall day-to-day life as well. I know for me, like, carrying things to and from places is much easier. And so powerlifting, even though it's seen as this meathead sport at times by the public, really is very functional in a lot of ways. And I think that's something cool to highlight as the sport keeps growing.
Yeah, and even beyond the physical and the functional side of things, I think part of the aspect that I really love about powerlifting is the way it translates into other areas of your life from the discipline perspective.
Yeah.
Right? Being able to consistently train, track your diet, program, being able to have that accountability with yourself and your coach, and also develop that consistency. I feel like that personally for me, while going through school, both in high school and college, it really helped develop a strict program and routine around my schedule, being able to kind of structure my life around powerlifting, which really made it easy for me to complete other tasks, which I more than likely agree that a lot of these lifters are going to be able to agree with to that too.
Yeah. I talk about all the time how powerlifting really is an effort-based sport. The more intensity and more intention you put into your training, your recovery, doing all of the things that you're supposed to do, messaging your coach back, giving good feedback to your coach, the more that you do those things, the more that you get out of the sport. And it's really nice to have something that's so directly rewarding in that way.
Yeah, of course. I think one of the other things that I really love about powerlifting is also just the community base of it, right? I think one of the greatest things that a lot of powerlifters are going to say when they share about this sport that is unlike any other sports is the community you build behind it, and the fact that other competitors that you're competing against also want you to succeed. That's one of the best parts about this sport. And for those viewers who are watching and who are experiencing powerlifting for the first time, whether it's online or here behind us spectating in person, they're really going to see that the community that is built around everyone supporting each other.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of sports where you see someone that you're competing against also rooting for you.
Yeah.
It was almost shocking coming from, like, I grew up in football where talking trash is so common, and then I'm at my first powerlifting meet and people are like encouraging me, and then I find out that they're also in my weight class and I'm in a head-to-head against them. I'm like, oh, I had to completely change my attitude going in immediately, but it's been so rewarding to put myself into the community. And you see in powerlifting how many volunteers show up to these local meets, how many volunteers from all around the country just come out to support these events.
Absolutely. And we'll switch it back to we're going to get started. We're just about 4 minutes away from the start of the competition, so we'll just circle back to the actual competition. We're going to have 3 flights, flight A, B, and C, and we'll get started pretty shortly at around 9 o'clock. We're really excited to be commentating. Again, my name is Kevin Serrano.
My name is Isaiah Carrington.
And we'll be just walking you guys through the play-by-play and just everything that you guys are going to be able to see on screen.
Yeah. When our flights kick off, our lifters are going to come out to do one attempt at a time. So you'll see first attempt start, all of our lifters for flight A. Oh, looks like we are.
We got about a minute here before we start.
All right. As we get started on squats, what this meet is going to look like, our lifters are going to come out one attempt at a time. So you'll see all of our lifters start with their opening attempts. Once we get through all of our lifters in one flight, our lifters will come out for their second attempts, then their third attempts. Each attempt will be going up in weight. Usually, our lifters will start with a weight that is comfortable for them to hit. They'll jump up to something a little bit more difficult for their second, and then we might start to see people struggling, shooting for PRs by their third attempts. Depending on how their training has been going, we might see some second attempts that are PRs, but their third attempts will be the heaviest that they do.
Absolutely. So right now, the opening squats, as our spotters and loaders you see on screen, are getting ready. They're going to start loading up the bar. The weights that our lifters are doing that are on the openers, that's like the teaser, right? That's something to kind of get them warmed up a little bit. then we'll actually see some increases in weight, some more impressive weights, if you will, moving down the line. But for now, we see that our spotters and loaders are getting ready, our referees are checking in, just making sure that everything is set. And we just kind of want to talk a little bit more about what goes in behind running a meet. I know you and I have both volunteered at meets, worked in different capacities. I've directed meets myself, and we both know the logistical nightmare that it can be. Oh my goodness. So let's just run through like all the different levels of staff and the people that are volunteering their time to be here. Right? We have our 3 referees that are positioned for the left, right, and center referee side that are going to be adjudicating and refereeing the lifts. We have our spotters and loaders, which at minimum we need 5, but we know that 5W Whaling likes to go above and beyond, so they probably have a little bit more than that to sub out and be able to keep each other safe and fresh.
And give our spotters and loaders a break. That is probably the hardest job that anyone does. They have the toughest job, keeping our lifters safe and keeping this meet running smooth and efficiently. We can't thank them enough, so I know we'll do thank yous later, but just any chance we get, we have to say thank you to our spotters.
Yeah, we have an extensive media team that are not only putting this live feed together, but have been working really well behind the scenes from the months of August all the way up to now in promoting the meet and being able to put out marketing material for this meet and really get it to the level that it deserves to be as far as showcasing this beautiful sport, guys. So we want to thank them, all of our camera crews, our live stream professionals, and everybody who's working behind the scenes. That just already in itself is really high level production for a local meet.
Yeah, and then thank you to Powerlifting America for hosting this and sanctioning the meet. Thank you to MPG for allowing us to use this wonderful space as well. This is such a nice space to be in. Not all powerlifting meets are run in a nice air-conditioned gym, so we really, really appreciate the facilities that we have access to.
Yeah, and a huge thanks, and we'll shift over to thanking all of our sponsors for being able to put this event together, right? Again, it takes a village. Competitors, we also want to take 110 or 10% to be able to supply our pre-workout, our hydration for this competition, our elements, electrolyte package, which are keeping our lifters, referees, and all the staff hydrated, as well as athletics, provide us with and additional rehabilitation services. We also want to thank A7, JT Birdie Golf, GP Mufu, Grow with Yuka, and Calibrated Productions, and also being able to sponsor and be a partner for this competition.
Yeah, we really wouldn't be able to host meets with this level of production value without the help of our community through sponsorships and all that they do to, help pack bags for our athletes and show up to these meets to market themselves and just support the meets in any way that they can. So the community in powerlifting just continues to show up for each other and continues to support each other. And truly, it is the most standout thing in the sport. It is the thing I hear most commonly from athletes.
Yeah, and a fun stat for you guys. So this is actually going to be the largest Powerlifting America meet as far as a local meet goes in its history.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we haven't had a Powerlifting America meet. This meet is spanning across 2 days, and we have over 150 lifters that are competing today. I think it's almost just shy of 200 lifters. I think we'll fact check that right now, but I know that we have over 100 lifters competing this weekend. That's a lot. That's a lot, because usually local meets are 1 day, 1 session, or 1 day, 2 sessions, but this is a 2-session, 2-day meet. So this is a jam-packed weekend full of lifting.
Yeah, and it's going to be some really, really good lifting. I am super excited for this morning college session, the primetime session later. The morning session tomorrow I know is going to be incredible, but the thing that I am really, really looking forward to is that open primetime session. I know some of the lifters there are going to be hitting some absolutely crazy numbers, and I'm just so excited to see. We might see history be made.
Yeah. Tomorrow night will be one to really tune in for. But ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to start our first session of our first day for the 5W Midwest Collegiate Showdown. We are just getting the bar loaded, and the bar is loaded.
Ryan is coming out for this first squat. Kevin, on this squat, what are our judges going to be looking for?
Yeah, so our judges look for several things in the squat. They make sure that the lifter's knees are locked. They hit depth. Let's take a look at Ryan, how he executes.
Very deep on that squat.
And he gets 3 white lights. So what the referees look for is for lifters to start with their knees fully locked, fully upright at the start and at the end of the lift. They want to look for what is called depth. And the way we judge depth is your hip crease has to go below the top surface of your knee. Referees look at that in order to ensure that the lifter is squatting low enough. They squat right back up and then wait for that rack command to walk the bar back into the rack.
Yeah, missing those commands, that start command and that rack command on squats, is something that the judges will red light you for. And it is so tragic to miss a lift that you definitely had on strength and miss it because you missed that rack command. So hopefully our lifters are being patient. Looking strong from Jordan on that squat. Let's see what the judges say.
3 white lights. And you know what one of my favorite parts about watching powerlifting meets is? It really is being able to see how lifters display and accentuate their personality out on the platform. I think with the rise of A7, being able to have all these different colorways, neat kits, and all these different types of belts, footwear, socks, all the different colorways, designs, I think that's one of the highlights of the meet, and being able to see how lifters kind of just display their fashion out on the platform. I mean, many people think, oh, you're wearing a singlet, sleeves, but no, like you can really go above and beyond when it really comes down to putting on your best foot forward. And again, like they say, look good, lift good.
Yeah, I'm very big on whatever it takes to feel confident on the platform. Samantha's looking very strong and confident on that squat. 3 white lights, a good lift. Great job there. But as powerlifting grows and that evolution of fashion, I remember back in the day, my first powerlifting meet, pretty much the only option was the Inzer singlet, and it was all that like single like color, very, very short. And so I'm very, very glad we've decided to step up our fashion game in powerlifting and started to be able to express ourselves with some different options of colors on the platform. Shout out to Hannah wearing the IU Indiana singlet right here.
Jake said if you guys do what, you might cut to your wrist every now and then.
Yeah.
Very narrow stance squat there by Hannah.
Yeah, those narrow stance squats can be difficult to hit depth on sometimes. 3 white lights, a good lift for Hannah. But those people who have that close stance on squats usually explode out of the bottom. I love watching people who have that close stance squat when they're really good and it just seems like they are at the bottom, then stand right back up to the top.
Yeah, absolutely.
Savannah coming out here, taking 100 kilos. Handles it very nicely.
Representing the University of Cincinnati Bearcats.
Anna's coming out next, taking 105 kilos.
And I'm not sure if you guys can hear it, but we have a huge crowd forming right behind us. We hear all the spectators and all the friends and family that came to watch screaming and supporting everyone.
Yeah, the energy is starting to build in the room already. Some of these meets are starting really early in the morning, so some of the energy takes a little bit to get going, but this meet is different. It was electric from the moment I walked into the building. I could just tell that there was a lot of hype in the room for this one.
Yeah. I think one of the interesting things that you get to observe of different lifters is their cadence, the way they approach the bar, the sort of mindset they go into stepping onto the platform. Some lifters are very aggressive. Some lifters, like we see here with Daisy, she's taking her time in the setup, just really staying calm and composed, right? And there's no right way to do it, right?
Yeah.
There's we see lifters who succeed doing all different types of setups. So let's see how Daisy handles 110 kilos.
Nice and fast, moves it well. 2-1, a good lift for Daisy. Daisy is one of 5W's very own lifters. I got to meet her as I was going there these past couple of weeks, and she is just such a ball of energy and electricity. So I'm really excited to see as she gets close to some PRs, just how much she lets her personality show on the platform.
Yeah.
Emma coming out next, 112.5 kilos. In our 57 kilo weight class. So in powerlifting, everything is separated into weight classes. Each weight class has its own winner that is based on your overall total. So that's the total amount of weight you lifted on your heaviest completed attempt across squat, bench, and deadlift for the day. Oh, it looks like that was a no lift for Emma.
Yeah, and then based off of the call, we see that she got a red card with a red light at the bottom, so that indicates that it was a call for depth, meaning that the referees did not believe that she squatted low enough, which honestly, given how it looked, is not a strength issue. We see here on lifting cast, she actually went up 5 kilos, so definitely not a strength issue. Her coaching staff want her to go up, but there is going to be an adjustment needed to make in order for her to actually secure a valid attempt.
Yeah, and that is something that we will see lifters do from time to time, but it does carry some amount of risk because the last thing that you want to happen is for you to miss your opener on depth, go up in weight still, and then now you miss it on strength. So hopefully she is able to handle that weight for that next one. Oh, we see Jonathan had a little bit of a shift on that one.
Yeah, so he actually lost a bit of balance as he was coming up on a squat. We'll see here in the replay, taking a step on his left leg. Yeah, so unfortunately, that'll be a no lift, because according to the rules, your feet placement must remain steady. You can't move your feet laterally in between the commands. So before you receive the rack command and after you receive the squat command, your feet can't move. So again, not a strength issue for Jonathan, just an adjustment he needs to make in order for him to get a valid attempt.
Yeah, and we'll see what he decides to do for his second attempt. A lifter, once they have picked a weight, they cannot go down in weight. So he can choose to either retake that same weight or he can choose to go up in weight. But once a weight has been loaded onto the bar for a lifter, they cannot lift anything lighter than that unless there's a misload or something like that.
Layla up next, 125 kilos. We're up to 2 reds, 275 pounds.
Yeah, these are already getting into some impressive squats. So these lifters are going to be putting on a show early in this morning. You see her take one last big brace before she starts the squat. That brace is so important in powerlifting.
Unfortunately, she gets a no lift for depth on the sides. So again, not a strength issue, but just an adjustment you need to make. Let's talk a little bit about missing an opener or missing a second attempt on depth like a technicality. Kind of what is the mindset for you personally as far as missing a lift, or from what you've seen, how would you personally approach your lifter or you as a lifter competing if you miss an opener? How would you go about it?
Yeah, I think for me, when it comes to missing an opener, it usually means that something went wrong in my plan. Unless you are setting your opener way too high, your opener should truly be a weight that is effortless for you. So for me, I would tell myself or tell my athletes, have a short memory. Let's stick to the plan that we had in place. Let's figure out what went wrong, the specifics of the, if it's a balance issue, okay, just take your time a little bit more, make those adjustments, but really making sure that your lifter or you keep a level head because there's still 8 more attempts to go in this meet.
Yeah, absolutely. I really love what you said there with have a short memory. That's one thing that is highly preached by a lot of coaches and a lot of lifters adopting that mentality. There's 9 attempts, right? So if you fixate on one attempt, on a miss, on a hit, and overly excite yourself, that can get into your head,
Yeah.
right? And that's the last thing you want in powerlifting because this is truly a mental sport like this. Unfortunately, this last attempt for Jordan was a no lift for depth, and that'll conclude our first round of squats for our first flight. So we're back at the top of the order with Jordan.
Jordan coming out, taking a 5-kilo jump. Her opener moved very, very nicely, so this seems like a good jump. Fights for it.
Yeah, a very, very tough sticking point at the middle of the lift, but she's able to fight through that and get 3 white lights.
Yeah, sometimes getting through that just like 1 inch of stick is all it takes to just get you through and be able to finish that lift. But that dead zone, that stopping point is the fight for your life.
Yeah, and as a coach, that's where you want to fixate your attention on deciding how much weight to go up. We see here on Lifting Cast that Jordan decided to go up 2.5 kilos, which is the smart call, right? Because based off of that sticking point, there really wasn't much left there, but let's see what they say for Ryan. Yeah, I think I caught that
Yeah.
too. He jumped that rack command. So as soon as he finished squatting, he took a step forward and didn't wait for the chief referee to call that rack. So
Yeah.
a preemptive step forward. Sometimes lifters get a little bit excited or they're just not so familiar with practicing or training with command. So that tends to be a very, very common technical failure.
Yeah, and for anyone watching, if you are a collegiate lifter or a collegiate coach, really emphasizing waiting for those commands for your lifters because that to me would be more demoralizing than anything. If I did everything I was supposed to except for waiting for the command and that's what I missed a lift on, that for me would be the thing that was hardest.
Yeah, that's 3 lifts there for Samantha. And for ladies and gentlemen, for any of you guys watching from home, if you want to see what we see here, which is all the attempts, the order of lifting, be sure to go to liftingcast.com/meets and then go to Powerlifting America 5W Midwest Collegiate Showdown Day 1, and you'll be able to follow along the action and be able to see all the attempts that we see on our screen here.
Hannah coming out, took a 7.5-kilo jump.
Very smooth attempt.
Yeah, looks like a good second there. Still got some room in the tank.
Yeah. I think the second attempt really is where you gauge where you are, what you have on the day. Normally, the opening attempt, you treat that as the last warm-up. It really shouldn't be anything you have to struggle with. So you go up, you go to that second attempt, and then that's where you gauge where we go for the third. You never want to plan for failure. It's always how much more can I go up? What more can I squeeze out of the tank before tipping over?
Yeah. Savannah coming out here, took a 10-kilo jump on this squat.
Let's see what the referees
Moves
say on depth
fast,
there.
but yeah.
Yeah, I
Looked
thought so
like-
too.
yeah.
Looked like she cut it a little bit high. All 3 referees unanimously agreed that that was not depth, which a bit tough to see from the forward angle. But again, we're not sitting where the platform or orientation is, so we can't see exactly what the referees are looking. So we're only seeing what you guys are seeing on screen. But
Right.
I think it was a fairly accurate call there.
Yeah, I agree with that call on that one. Anna coming out, 10-kilo jump as well. Also sticks a little bit, stands up with it. See what the judges say.
Yeah, picks up 10 kilos.
There we go. Very, very nice on that one. Had a little bit of a hip shift on that one, so hopefully that doesn't throw her off too much. Daisy is coming out next.
This will already be a 2.5 kilo PR for Daisy if successful with this weight. So it just kind of goes to show the amount of progress a lot of these lifters have made.
Yeah, and hitting a PR on your second is so rewarding because it means that your third, you're playing with house money.
Yeah. Yeah. Plenty deep there.
There
Yeah,
she
she's
goes.
got that
Big
smile on her
smile.
face.
That's what we like to see. 2-1, a good lift for Daisy.
I think that's the best part about powerlifting, being able to see the emotion behind a lot of the lifters. I mean, you spent months training to compete, and really, powerlifters only compete 2, 3, maybe 4 times a year at that. And so you know how important each one of these lifts is. So to already hit a PR on the second attempt, not only that, but do it here on such a platform with all these different collegiate lifters, the level of repping and the high quality of the meet, it's so rewarding.
Yeah, and just that feeling of knowing that you are making progress is so rewarding too. Having that objective way to say, I am stronger today than I was yesterday.
Okay. Emma's able to make that adjustment and able to get 2-1 good lift for her second attempt squat. So she's on the board. Again, still got a depth call, so that's something to keep in mind as you move into the third attempt.
Yep. And then we have Jonathan coming out. He is in a similar situation as Emma was. He did miss his opener, but he jumped 10 kilos as well. So we'll see how this one moves. He just had a little bit of stumble on balance on that opener, so hopefully he can clean that up and make this look smooth, get into the meet, and continue with a good day.
Yeah, definitely made that adjustment there. Plenty deep and actually held it there. So
Three white lights.
Mhm.
Yep, good lift for him. Looks very strong. He has plenty in the tank.
Yeah, it appears that everybody who missed their opener on squat all elected to go up in weight. So that's a very bold strategy, but it seems like it's working out well for all these lifters because it was either a depth call or just a miss in command. But for now, everyone's on the board. We're just waiting on these last 2 lifters.
Yeah, and we really love to see when lifters do come back and show that resilience of, yeah, that wasn't how I wanted to start the meet, but let me lock back in, let me stick to my plan, and let me make sure that I have a good rest of the day. See what the judges say on that one. 2-1, a good lift. Layla is in the meets. Yeah, these jumps, still jumping up after those failed openers, has been working out for people, and that's what we like to see. We don't like to see anyone bombing out of meets. We like to see our lifters all stay in the meet, all continue to get to compete, and really showcase all the hard work that they've put in.
Take a look at this jump, Isaiah. We went from 120 to 137.5. That is like a 40-pound jump?
Yeah, and typically we only see jumps that big from our heavier lifters.
And Nicholas smokes that with ease. It looks like a good second attempt there. Yeah, judges say that is 3 white lights.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, there are some lifters that do prefer to take large jumps. Typically we see that with lifters who are at like the very, very elite of levels where, you know, hitting an 800-pound squat 3 times in a day is exhausting. But the lower in weights that you are, the more of a percentage those jumps that you're taking are. So taking a 17.5 kilo jump when your opener was only 120 kilos, that is huge.
You got AJ now, 145 kilos.
Very smooth. 2-1, a good lift for AJ.
Yeah, and for both Nicholas and AJ, it's their first meet, so they're already building a good amount of experience, being able to just kind of go 2 for 2 already, and kind of dipping their toes when it comes to trying out different attempts and actually getting these white lights. It's very rewarding, especially as a first meet.
And Jordan is coming out. This is our last squatter for the second attempts of squats. So hopefully he gets this squat and gets on the board here.
Able to maintain his balance. Let's see what the referees say. 2-1. He's on the board, and
there we go.
What a sigh of relief there. We have all of our lifters in Flight A who are on the board, so we have nobody at risk of bombing out. And honestly, third attempts, this is where we ball out, right?
Yeah, this third attempts for me is where the meat really starts. This is where you are just putting it all out on the line, and this is their last squat of the day, so really no reason to leave anything in the tank for squats. However, there is a game that these lifters do want to play of making sure that they're not cooking their legs completely so that they have energy for deadlifts later.
And that looked easier than her second attempt. Very good, well done by Jordan.
Yeah,
She goes 3 for 3. And I just want to highlight that point that you mentioned. We're not just squatting, right? These lifters have to do 3 rounds of squats, 3 rounds of bench, and then come back and do 3 rounds of deadlift. So you're absolutely right that even though it might be at face value in your best interest to get as much out of your squat, you don't want to absolutely empty the tank this early in the competition. Again, these lifters are in it for the long game, right? We have 9 total attempts, and these are just the 3. So if you waste all your energy, if you empty the tank here, you're not going to have much left for bench and deadlift. So that's something some of these lifters have to keep in mind in the back of their heads.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of a game in powerlifting of trying to balance out, are you squat dominant? Are you bench dominant? Are you deadlift dominant? And how much do you want to emphasize that lift over the others?
Yeah, that was a really good attempt by Sammy. And she actually, her best squat coming into the competition was 92.5 kilos. And she surpassed that by 7.5 kilos and ended up her day with a 100 kilo squat. So that's just goes to show the improvement these lifters have made from meet to meet.
And that 100 kilo mark is such a nice, clean number.
Just shy of 2 plates, but that 220 is it's a milestone lift for these lifters in this weight class.
Here we go. There we go. He waits for the command this time.
There we go.
There we go.
Yep.
Yeah. Cleans up that command, gets the 3 white lights.
And I don't know about you, but for me personally, if I hit my third attempt, whether or not I missed the opener or a second attempt squat, does it really count as a miss?
Right. I mean, and if you went up too.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So if you miss a opener, go up and then hit your second, I mean, you can kind of override that and say, I just hit my second, right?
I call that the gentleman's 9 for 9.
Yeah, exactly. That's a really, really fantastic way to put it.
Hannah coming out, 105 kilos on this squat. Fights for it.
Powers to do that
good
sticky
grind.
Point.
3 white lights.
White lights.
I think it was funny. You can see her. She ran off the platform. She
yeah.
was so excited. Savannah is retaking 110 kilos, and I think that's a good call here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with the amount of disparity between where she was at for depth and what the requirements are, I think that's the perfect call and being able to just sink a little bit deeper and convince the judges. Looked easy, looked deeper. Let's see what the refs say. 3 white lights. She made that adjustment, and she's 2 for 2. I mean, she's 2 for 3. She's on the board.
Yeah. And that's one of those examples of she probably had some more strength in the tank on squat, but, with that second not going as planned and her wanting to make sure that she has energy for deadlifts later, she looks, based off of how her squat form is, that she has some pretty long legs. So she looks like she's built to be a deadlifter. So I'm excited to see her later in the day.
Unfortunately, just kind of ran out of energy there for Anna on that third attempt. She still walks away with 115 kilos. And I wanted to circle back to that point you said. It's really going to be important once we actually get to bench and deadlifts, how the lifters planned out their attempts throughout the day. A lot of the times, it really is the lifter who goes 9 for 9 that ends up winning. Sometimes we might have a lifter who is projected to win first, But due to missing attempts, due to overreaching or trying to get a little too greedy or getting overextending themselves and missing attempts, that might not be the winning strategy.
Yeah.
Sometimes the winning strategy is just focusing on your own lane, not chasing, not trying to overreach, and just build the total. Build
Yeah.
whatever your training has reflected that you're capable of hitting on the given day.
Yeah, take whatever's there on the day is probably the most important lesson that I've learned in powerlifting to keep me successful at meets, but also to keep me healthy. Overreaching is when we start to see injuries add up. Daisy had a nice grind through her little sticking point there.
Yeah.
Finishes the lift.
Picks up 10
2 to
kilos.
1.
Oh,
a no
yeah.
lift.
That's a little tough to see. She did walk away with a 2.5 kilo PR, but how nice would it have been to get a 10 kilo PR?
Oh,
But,
yeah.
I mean, it's just one of those things where we can't control the referees. We can only control our own standards, and unfortunately, the referees did not believe that she squatted low enough. Which, again, like you said, have a short memory. We're not going to see her again until bench. So all you got to do right now is refuel, continue getting that mind right, and we'll see her back in bench.
Yeah, and that squat looks strong, so she'll come back at her next meet
Absolutely.
and hit that for sure. Emma coming out for her third attempt, taking a 5 kilo jump. Fights, a good grind. She tried to fight for it.
Yeah, it
just
looked like the bar was kind of just bobbling a little bit at the as soon as she got out of the hole.
Yeah, I noticed it was a little bit crooked on her back as well, and that can really throw someone off if, you have to push into one leg more than the other and you're trying to not get thrown off on your balance. It's really difficult if you're uneven in any way. So really
Absolutely.
taking your time to get set up is so important. Jonathan coming back out. Another 10 kilo jump. He's just so explosive out of the bottom.
Yeah, we got that high bar squat, so he's really able to engage those quads and explode off of the hole. So that's something we don't really see as much is high bar squatting, but for Jonathan, it seems to have worked out really well.
At my first ever powerlifting meet, I didn't even know that low bar squatting was a thing. So I was high bar squatting.
I was high bar squatting too.
And then I saw everyone else putting the bar lower in their backs. So I was like, am I wrong?
Yeah. Granted, I was 16 when I did my first meet, so.
I was 24. Layla coming out. Another 7.5 kilo jump, 140 kilo squat here. Doing a nice job of taking her time getting set up under the bar. Fight.
See what the referees say there on depth. 2 to 1, good
Good
lift.
lift. And I think Layla there benefited from taking her time getting set up. She was so in control of that lift the whole time that even when it started to slow down, she was still able to maintain that control to keep the bar moving up. And that's what we really like to see from our collegiate lifters. That's one of the hardest things to do as a young lifter is have that control under the bar.
Yeah. And that comes with experience and not letting the weight of the bar, the feel, the heaviness of it shock you, right? Very deep squat.
Oh my goodness.
I hope that's depth.
I'm pretty sure I saw the back of his legs hit his shoes on that one.
I'm pretty sure that was a hamstring to calf sort of squat. Just really kind of.
I'm going to go ahead and deem that the deepest squat in powerlifting right now.
Amazing.
AJ Manum coming out. I just realized that his last name's the same, spelled forwards and backwards, and that's just really aesthetically pleasing for me.
Yeah.
AJ is now my favorite lifter at this meet. Don't tell the other competitors. Very nice squat. Good fight.
2 to 1. Good lift.
And this is our last squatter for flight A of squats. After this, we will move into flight B, where we'll start back at first attempts for our flight B squatters.
So this is our last lift for this flight, and again, we won't see these lifters again until we start the bench press.
Here we go, Jordan. Finish off this flight strong. Very fast.
And am I looking at this right? He's in the 59 kilo weight class, meaning he weighs 130 pounds.
Oh my goodness.
That's insane. That's that's almost 2.5 times body weight squat. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
He was the lightest male lifter in that in that flight, and was the heaviest squatter.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, very impressive.
Kudos to you, Jordan. Good job. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we see a men's top 10 leaderboard here on the left-hand side of the screen. That just aggregates the good lift points for the lifters. So right now we have Jordan Coates, who is leading the pack with a 77 good lift points. And fortunately here for Zaid, he lost a little bit of balance at the top. What did you see there?
Yeah, it just looks like this was one of those situations where a lifter maybe just came out to the platform a little bit too excited. He got that squat command, and then it looked like at the bottom of the hole, he just shot up and forward and just ended up losing his balance. But I'm sure he will come back out, just needs to be told to slow down, take his time, have patience coming out of the hole, and he should clean that up, no problem.
Yeah, I'm glad he brushed it off with a smile on his face. Just being able to kind of accept the mistake he made, and I'm sure that him and his coach are going to be able to make the adjustment moving forward.
Yeah. Very nice looking opener from Caden. 3 white lights, a good lift on that one. Very, very smooth.
So not only are these lifters competing in their own respective weight class and division, so we have men's raw collegiate, and then these lifters are split into different weight classes, and women's raw collegiate, they're split into different weight classes, but we also have a best lifters contention going on. And the way we judge or score the best lifters is we take the lifter's body weight and the amount of weight lifted, and right now we're basing it off of their forecasted total. So lifters who have finished their 3 rounds of squats, they're taking their best squat and their opening bench and opening deadlift, and they will go into a formula that takes in their body weight and their total to put out what is called a good lift score, the IPF formula. And that essentially is a really good way to compare lifters across different weight classes and even across sex and gender. So right now we have our top 10s that were just listed on the board on our left-hand side. And right now we have so much lifting left to go. So we don't even know where anybody's going to be at. We have a whole nother session after this. So this is just preliminary. This is just forecasted. So we don't even know how these lifters and these placings are going to shape up as lifting continues.
Yeah, the forecasted total placing and things like that is based off of only the openers that are put in so far. So depending on how much lifters jump on lifts even, those placings could get shaken up, just because some lifters might choose a very light opener and make some huge jumps that make them lift heavier than someone who is opening heavier but making smaller jumps, even if they both go 3 for 3.
And one of the exciting things about having a 2-session meet is the reality of a session 1 lifter out-totaling or outscoring people in the session 2. The way this session was formatted is the session 2 lifters are the primetime lifters, the lifters that have more experience, that are coming in with higher totals or good lift points. But we don't know the progress that the lifters in session 1 made. Maybe they might have taken a 2-3 year hiatus and are coming back stronger and ready for vengeance, right? So that's the exciting part in being able to build that storyline and seeing how all of these lifters stack up. Because right now, it really is anyone's game.
Yeah, and in collegiate even too, you never know how fast lifters are going to make progress. You never know if someone is going to join a team or something like that and be really strong. And so collegiate powerlifting, I think, is just really interesting because you're getting so many lifters from a lot of different levels of experience as well. You have lifters who maybe were lifting in high school that are coming in really strong already, but you might also have a lifter who's starting really late or has little experience, but they might be really gifted at the sport and just need some time.
Yeah. I think
This-
with some of these younger programs, a lot of the lifters that are competing for these teams find out or discover powerlifting while they're in college. So these lifters have either their freshman, sophomore year to kind of build that development phase, and then their juniors and senior years to then compete at that high level.
And we see Brennan here. He felt it. He took that step. Unfortunately, that is a no lift, but looks like he'll be able to come back and fix that one on his second. But yeah, as we see in this second flight already, we are starting to hit some already heavier squats. Mason is coming out, looking to hit 150 for his opening attempt of squat.
Very nice 3 white lights.
You can see that a lot of our lifters are wearing knee sleeves, and knee sleeves are a hotly contested topic in powerlifting right now with the evolution of the stiff knee sleeves, the soft knee sleeves. But our lifters are coming out. Looks like A7 is a very popular brand of knee sleeves today. We see them on the platform right now. Nice squat from Chris. Let's see what the judges say. 2-1, a no lift. Looks like they called him on depth for that one, so hopefully he can come back, clean that up here on his second. But the thing that's really interesting with the knee sleeves, stiff versus soft, those stiff knee sleeves really can give you a pop out of the bottom, but some people don't like that extra level of compression.
Yeah, for me, I personally use SBD knee sleeves. But our sponsor today, A7 Demand Greatness, right? They produce some of the best knee sleeves on the market. I mean, we see most of our lifters that use the rigor mortis. They use a lot of these different variations of knee sleeves that really aid into the lifter. And knee sleeves initially developed as being a support to the knee, right? It really helps. The primary focus or purpose of the knee sleeve is to keep that knee joint warm, right? That's what they're intended. But with improved technology, with improved the evolution of this sport and the way things have been shifting, they have really come to support these lifters in being able to squat a little bit more weight.
Yeah, and the name of the A7 knee sleeves, the rigor mortis, are no joke. They are tough to get on and off. They really, really do squeeze your legs, squeeze your calves, and it's not actually necessarily a benefit for all lifters to have that sort of compression or spring in their squat, because for me personally, if I'm not very good about pushing my knees forward in my A7s, I actually will squat high. And so there is a technique that almost comes with using these knee sleeves because they're so stiff that sometimes it's almost like squatting in a wrap.
Yeah. And let's talk a little bit about the equipment and the different divisions that exist in powerlifting. Right now, all of these lifters, at least I believe so, in this first session, are all lifting in the raw division, which means that the only pieces of equipment that they have is wrist wraps, a belt, and knee sleeves. Other than that, there is no supportive equipment that goes into this lifting. So these lifters are lifting raw. Their singlet, their undergarments, all of that is non-supportive, meaning that you just kind of throw it on like a shirt and you go, right? That belt, it just creates intra-abdominal pressure, helps keep that core stable. Those wrist wraps just aid in supporting that wrist, making sure that weight of the bar doesn't strain your wrist, and your knee sleeves help keep your knee joints warm. But other than that, these lifters are lifting with their own strength. That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, really with the equipment that raw lifting allows, it is pretty much designed only for safety purposes.
Yeah.
The belt, not having a belt for any of, squat and deadlift specifically, and then some people use a belt on bench, but not having that belt lifting, some of the crazy weights that we're going to see just would be dangerous, and we don't want to do that. And then, with your knees, they're such a vital part of, even your everyday life, that we want to make sure that lifters, as they are getting really strong, have those supportive equipment so that they're not leaving, this powerlifting meet and unable to function in their day-to-day lives.
Yeah, good lifter by Liam. We're
Yeah.
inching to the very bottom of the first attempt squats for flight B. We got 2 lifters left. We got Casper and then Tommy Kang, who will close out this flight.
Kevin, do you see that jump that we're going to make from
Yeah.
Casper to Tommy?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
excited. Let's see Casper. Very fast on that squat. Just his hips just shot into place, and 3 white lights on that one. Very, very fast. Very good looking opener. I hope he makes a big jump.
Yeah, and so now talking about that jump, we are moving on to Tommy Kang, who's a local here, training out of 5W as well. Chicago local. He's going up to 202.5 kilos, 446 pounds as an opening attempt. So it's a pretty remarkable attempt there for Tommy.
Yeah, an opening attempt in the 400s. I'm excited to see if he's going to push towards that 500 squat today.
Yeah, we'll see. He's mid-4s right now. We'll see if he can inch close to that or at least just shy of that.
Yeah, see how this opener moves.
Oh, yeah, that's easy.
Oh, yeah, you see the smile on his face. He feels good today.
Yep. Good
3
job
white
there.
lights.
So now we're circling back to the second attempts. Squats number 2 for Zaid. He's retaking 80 kilos.
Yeah, I think this is a good call. Just really, I think he needs to just settle into the meet, and then he'll be good to go from here. So hopefully he just takes his time on this one and makes this move nice and easy. Looks like this is Zaid's first meet as well, so that might have a little something to do with the nerves on that opener.
He's coming to us from the University of Chicago.
Oh, smart.
Able to maintain his balance. See what the referees say on depth.
Yeah.
3 white lights. There you go. He's
Okay,
on the
good.
board.
Looked like that second little... It looked like he was searching for depth a little bit and had to sink it just a little bit more, but he handled that well, and the judges said that is exactly what he needed to get there. So glad he took his time to sink that a little bit deeper. Caden coming out next, taking a 12.5 kilo jump. Nice, solid jump. Caden's in our 83 kilo class, and that 83 kilo class, locally, nationally, and around the world, is one of the toughest classes.
Stacked.
It is.
And I mean stacked.
I also just realized that Caden is squatting without knee sleeves, so
And
real strong.
Yeah, and I kind of wanted to circle back to a point that we were talking about when we were talking about equipment. Historically, and I'm a big powerlifting nerd, right? I love looking into the history and learning about powerlifting and how this sport came out to be. And historically, powerlifting was always an equipped sport.
Yeah.
Right? We see a lot of these old training videos. I mean, I was sort of raised and grew up into sport powerlifting around the Eddie Cohen,
Yeah.
watching them and training with them actually in Lance's gym.
That's so
being
cool.
able to see people with equipped lifting, with squat suits, knee wraps, a lot of the heavy gear, bench press shirts. But what has happened over the years, and especially in the early 2000s and 2010s, is the explosion of raw powerlifting. And what raw powerlifting essentially is what we talked about. It's just a singlet, knee sleeves, belt, shoes, and that is it. All you really need is a singlet, t-shirt, and shoes, and that is the minimum amount of equipment that you need in order to compete. And what I love to see is the lowering of the barrier to entry when it
Right.
comes to powerlifting. Not only has there been an explosion of the amount of meets, but also the ease of access when it comes to the equipment available.
Yeah, really, a lifter can do a meet with as little as a singlet and deadlift socks.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
and you know, a normal pair of gym shoes. That is as little as you need to get into a powerlifting meet. You know, the things like having a belt, having knee sleeves, having wrist wraps, you don't technically need them, even though they are pretty standard that most people will have. But something that we also do see a lot of in this powerlifting community is recycling and giving back of, you know, I have a belt that I've used for a long time, but I'm getting a new one, so let me donate this to, you know, a college team and things like that. So if you are someone who wants to get into powerlifting and you're worried about your access to equipment and things like that, talk to your local gyms, talk to your local college teams and things like that, because they might have donation bins where they can help you get access to some of those supplies that'll make it possible for you to get into the sport and start training. Because we want this to be a sport that's accessible to everyone.
Yeah, and then I'll highlight what 5W has done in the past, where they've actually hosted equipment drives.
Oh,
where
yeah.
they go out and reach out to the community and say, hey, lifters, people who have been competing for years, I know you guys have equipment that you guys no longer use, and I know you have it in your storage bin collecting dust that I know you're not going to use,
Right.
because you bought that new SBD belt, you bought those new A7 knee sleeves, you're not going to need the Titan singlet anymore,
Right.
So what's really good is recycling equipment, being able to hand down those pieces of legacy equipment and donate them to college teams, donate them to those in needs, and again, increase the accessibility for powerlifting in this sport.
Yeah, I still have wrist wraps from my first ever powerlifting coach. He gave them to me 6 years ago, and even though I don't always use them, they're beat up, they're probably smelly and stuff like that, they are still holding that sentimental value. And I hope that, you know, I am able to find someone who specifically needs wrist wraps that I can, you know, give them to, or, you know, when the 5W has their next equipment drive, I'll make sure to, you know, bring those, because giving back to the community is just so important, and just the support of this community is everything.
Yeah.
We are making our way through this second flight of squats pretty quickly, and looking through the lifting cast, all of our lifters so far, let me knock on wood, knock on table.
Yeah.
Hopefully I don't jinx this right here. But so far, our second attempts have all been clean. So let's see, Christopher, can you keep this up? Christopher did miss his opener, I think on depth, so hopefully he cleans it up.
Looks plenty deep there.
Good control.
3 white lights.
Good job, Christopher. Paul coming out next. 160 kilos on the bar. Paul's another one of the 5W lifters. I got to meet him as well. And the 5W team and Waylon are so detail-oriented. All of their lifters are very good about making sure that they're under control, making sure that they're following commands. So Waylon and the 5W team, besides just putting on very good meets, also is a very good coach and strength training team. Paul looking very confident on that one.
2 to 1. Good lift.
There.
And as we move along these squats, we're going to start to see not only just heavier weight, but again, the composure or the aggression coming out of these lifters. They know that these lifts are going to matter more incrementally, and these lifters are going to start treating those lifts seriously. Not that you shouldn't treat your opener seriously, but they know that these are the attempts that matter.
Yeah, there's sort of a lock-in that happens over the course of the meet, where it's like, you feel that opener, you're like, okay, I'm here. And then your second, you feel that weight in your back, and you're like, oh, I'm here. And then that third is like, I hope I can make it.
Yeah. 3 white lights there.
Very strong.
Nick on the board. And again, very nice to see all of our lifters in flight B are on the board now that Nick has hit his second attempt squat. So very nice to see. And we see that he now took the liberty in being able to go up a little bit for his third attempt.
Yeah. We have Roman coming out here, taking a 12.5 kilo jump up to 172.5. Another person lifting without knee sleeves, and just the people who are able to consistently lift without knee sleeves, I'm just like, your joints are tougher than mine. But he did get 3 reds on that one.
Yeah, he took a step forward before that rack command. I believe he got those yellow cards. So just something, again, very technical, easy to fix, but also easy to miss if you get in your head about it, right?
Yeah.
If you come up with excitement and you just kind of rush into the rack, you're gonna miss that lift. You need to pay attention to those chief referee signals.
Yeah. Liam coming out here. Takes a nice stable 3-step walk back.
Very nice grind.
Yeah. Just way to stick with it on that lift. 3 white lights on that one. There's just about nothing better than having a lift that you have to grind through and then getting 3 white lights on it, knowing that, like, that was hard, but I did it how I was supposed to.
Absolutely.
So rewarding.
We got a 15-kilo jump now by Casper, going from 170 to 185. So he's crossing over the 400-pound mark. This is just over 4 plates for those of you watching from home. This is 4 commercial gym plates.
Very
And with
nice.
ease.
Yeah.
Wow.
2 to 1. Yeah, good lift on that one.
Again, very, very nice attempt here for Tommy. 215 kilos, taking a 12.5-kilo jump.
About 474 pounds on the
Yep.
bar here.
Nice quick kilo math.
That kilo math is such a adjustment when you're first getting into the sport. I recommend to all lifters, get an app that converts the kilos for you. It will save you from misloading your own bar. I've done it plenty of times.
Nice deep breath for Tommy, getting his brace right. Slow and calm descent. Yeah, very nice
There
attempt.
it is. Yep.
Yeah, Tommy gets 3 white lights. Very good attempt. Very excited to see what he hits for his third.
Yep. And then Zayd coming back out, taking a 10-kilo jump up to 90 kilos. Glad that he was able to get that second attempt in nice and clean, and then is able to go up 10 kilos here. So making a solid jump. So I'm excited to see what he does. This is his first meet.
And I just want to take a quick moment to shout out the spotting and loading team. We have TSS spotting and loading crew. We have Tomas in the back, Josiah on the right-hand side. They're beasts when it comes to loading this bar. We are just about an hour in, and we're already on 3rd attempts.
Yes, this spotting and loading team is keeping things moving very, very fast.
Yeah, I think that got called. It looks like he got 3 red lights, 2 for depth and 1. I think it might have also been command.
Yeah.
It looked like he also preemptively walked forward, took a step before that rack command was signaled.
That weight change timer that just came up said that our spotters and loaders got this bar loaded in 13 seconds.
Wow.
Caden coming up for his 3rd attempt squat. Another 10 kilos, adding to that total.
Plenty deep there.
Yeah.
Looks like a good lift.
Good lift. 3 white lights. One of my favorite things to watch for in this squat event is the faces that our lifters make when they're squatting. No one has a pretty squat face. I am notorious for having an ugly squat face, and so as lifters start to struggle, there's no way to very prettily be trying to hit a weight that you've never hit before. But it is honestly one of my favorite things to do after a meet is just go through and look at everyone's faces as they're grinding through these lifts. Vincent on that squat. 3 white lights, a good lift. Our lifters are looking strong, making these weights move, and it's moving fast.
Yeah, normally when people think of local meet, they're thinking, oh, I'm going to be here for 8 hours. I know that my local meet was like that, my first meet.
Yeah.
But, I mean, these lifters, these spotters and loaders are moving super fast. Nice grind by Brendan. Let's see what the referees say.
3 reds on that one.
Yeah, I got called for depth on all 3 sides.
And one of the things, circling back to the thing about the spotters and loaders being quick is, as a lifter, you don't want too much downtime in between your lifts. You can eventually, your muscles will get cold and you kind of get out of the zone if you're waiting too long between your lifts. So having this meet move efficiently and quickly is very, very important. I remember I was at a meet once. I had weigh-ins and check-ins at 7:30, and I didn't leave the building until 8:30 at night. A 13-hour meet. That was at B&W Gym.
Yep, my first meet too.
Yeah, and I don't know if you remember that day. It was almost 90 degrees in the middle of October, so it was hot.
Yeah.
For that whole 13 hours. So getting these gyms moving quickly, these meets moving quickly, has been one of the improvements that powerlifting has made that I really appreciate.
And if you guys are watching from home on the live stream, if you guys are on YouTube, you guys can go to the live chat and feel free to ask us any questions. I mean, we have the chat right here, right in front of us. We can read any questions, comments, any shout outs that you guys have. We're more than happy to read those. And
Yeah, hype up your lifters, hype up your friends. Who are you here to see? Let us know in the comments who you are most excited to watch in this flight of lifting.
Yeah, and if you also want to go and check out the live scoreboard and see the attempts, again, as a reminder, go to liftingcast.com/meets and scroll to and click on Powerlifting America 5W Midwest Collegiate Showdown Day 1, and you'll be able to see everything that we see here on our screens.
Kevin, am I reading this right that Justin took a 10-kilo jump from his first to his second and then a 20-kilo jump from his second to his third?
Yeah, that looks about right, and Justin is actually very excited. You saw him with that little bit of aggression as he stepped onto the platform. Let's see how he handles this.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Two to one, a no lift,
lift.
unfortunately. I was shocked by that because typically the jump that you take from your first attempt to your second attempt is the bigger of the two jumps. And then usually you'll take a smaller jump from your second to your third. So it was interesting to see him take a small jump on his first and then a massive jump on his second.
Yeah, and again, it didn't look like a strength issue. It was just a technicality when it comes to depth. Here we go with Paul taking a consistent 10 and a 10-kilo jump, looking to secure 170 kilos. Again, Paul, another lifter from 5W.
Nice and controlled here. Get some support from the crowd to get through.
Excited on hitting that lift, and the
Three
excitement
white
through
lights.
the roof.
Roman coming out for his third. Missed his second and is going up another 5 kilos here. Some of the interesting things here with, taking a jump from a missed squat or taking that really big jump that we saw a couple lifts ago is if you do miss those lifts, you end up leaving a lot of weight on your total. If, for example, you had gone just a little bit lighter and been able to secure that lift, those pounds that you would have gotten would add to your total more. So hopefully Roman is able to hit this and not lose any extra pounds on his total.
Three white lights there for Roman.
Works out for him. Very happy that it worked out.
And now crossing over the 400-pound mark, we are at 402 pounds. Our next 4 lifters are all squatting over that. We got Liam up next, 182.5 kilos in the 83.5 kilo class. A little bit too much there.
Shout out to our spotters and loaders for being quick in catching that weight, making sure that he was safe and able to get out and not have to worry about dumping the bar or anything like that. Injuries can happen in the sport. However, powerlifting actually is a very, very safe sport. I was actually doing some research on this as I was creating a pamphlet for this meet. Powerlifting has about 1/4 of the injury rate of even swimming.
Wow. Yeah, I think the exposure to other variables, I mean, it's not a contact sport. You really aren't switching up your training. It's just repetitiveness and the ability to control those externals, right? That really goes into how your recovery and health plays into your longevity in the sport.
What a fight from Nick. That sticking point looked rough, but he stood up with it. 3 white lights and a good lift for Nick.
And a bold attempt strategy, he misses his opener, goes up 10 kilos to 170, hits that, and goes up 12.5 kilos to 182. So he secures a 400-pound squat and walks away essentially in that 3 for 3, if you want to call it that. I mean, he went up after his opening attempt.
Yeah. Casper coming out here, taking 195 on this squat. 429 here. Pushes up to the top.
See what the refs say. 2 to 1 and no lift on depth.
Yeah, it looks close. But he looks like he has a lot of strength left on the day, so hopefully he'll come back and make some of those kilos up on deadlift.
And as far as the refereeing, for those of you who have recently joined us, what the referees are looking for when it comes to depth is your hip crease has to go below the top surface of the knee. So the lifters are looking at those 2 points, and once that hip crease breaks below the top surface of the knee on a parallel plane, that's what depth is considered here in this sport.
And here we have our last squat for Flight B, Tommy Kang. Come on, Tommy. Fight, fight, fight.
There we go. Come on, Tommy.
Keep going.
Come on,
Keep
Tommy.
going.
Come on, Tommy.
He's still moving a little bit. Oh.
Man, what about that fight, though?
That
heart.
I want to see a timer on how long he was in that sticking point, because it had to have been a solid 5 seconds of him just trying to keep going, keep fighting, get through that sticking point. And if he had gotten just another inch or two, I think he really would have been able to just pop up and finish that lift. But just not quite there, not quite enough gas in the tank on that one.
Yeah, he spent quite a bit of time fighting through that sticking point. And though he was moving up, I think just the energy and him gassing himself out, getting past that sticking point, was not enough to get him to finish out that lift. But still a good attempt by Tommy.
Yeah.
Still the heaviest squat of this session and thus far. So
yeah, and now we are on to Flight C of squats. This is our last flight of squats. So after squats, we're going to take a short break, and then we will move into bench. But first, we have to get through all 3 of these attempts from our Flight C squatters. One of the things that typically happens in these powerlifting meets as well is we do tend to separate the flights by having the heavier weight classes go in Flight C. So these are going to be our 93 kilo plus lifters. It looks like we have 93s and 105s in this flight. So these are some of our bigger boys that we have here in this meet.
And that is done just so it's easier on everybody. It's easier on not only the spotters and loaders and being able to kind of keep the height around the same. And typically, if you're a heavier lifter, you're lifting a little bit more weight. So it keeps the weight ranges in closer proximity to each other. But also for the lifters. I mean, if you're competing against people in your weight class and there's people you have to compete against, you're much better off kind of facing them head to head and being in the same flight. That way it really feels like a head to head matchup as opposed to lifting against people in different flights.
Yeah, in powerlifting, once you get onto the platform, there's really no like face to face of the competition. So having lifters competing, back to back that might be in the same weight class is as close to a sort of football or UFC style showdown as we're going to get. So here we have Patrick coming out. 180 kilos on the bar.
See what the referees say on depth there. I think it might have been a little high. Just 2-to-1. Good lift.
Yeah.
Just high on one side. It did look like he had a bit of a hip shift on one side. And that tends to happen with some lifters. I mean, we're not built perfectly symmetrically. We do have imbalances. And sometimes, especially on squat, those imbalances do show out with hip shift, one hip crease being higher than the other. And that's perfectly normal, but I mean, lifters work around it, and in this case, it still is good enough for a good lift for Patrick.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest difficulties of squat as opposed to bench and deadlift is there's not a good way to know if you've hit depth until you finish the lift. On bench, you kind of have that touch point on your chest that you are getting confirmation like this is the bottom. On deadlift, obviously the lockout is hips through and chest up, and that's pretty objective of a standard. But squat having this measure of I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to hit depth as I'm squatting makes squat a particularly challenging lift.
Yeah, absolutely. You really hit the nail on the head there.
As someone who is an anti-squat specialist, hate it for me. Samuel Roberts coming out next, 185 kilos on the bar in our 93 kilo weight class. Wow, that was a blink and you miss it type of squat if I have ever seen one. 3 white lights, a good lift. Andrew coming out next, 200 kilo squat opener here. We're only about halfway through the flight, so we have some pretty big squats coming up for these openers.
Yeah, the depth of some of these weight classes is pretty astounding. I mean, this is only about half of the 93 kilo lifters. We have about half of them left for the second session. So this is a really, really stacked class, like what we were saying earlier. The 82s, the 83s, I apologize, and 93s, 105s, that sort of cluster of weight classes typically tends to be around the weight that most men walk around. So, I mean, just statistically, that is the most populated, most stacked weight classes, just because proportionally there's going to be more lifters lifting in those classes.
Yeah, and on the women's side, we tend to see that clumping happen somewhere between like the 60s to 69 kilo weight classes for the women, where we start to see there being just an incredible amount of depth there and a lot of lifters just kind of falling naturally into that weight class.
Yeah, right now we have the 63s, 69s, and 76 that are pretty populated with lifters that we'll see a good contention there when it comes to these lifters battling it out for totals.
Yeah. Looking at the lifting cast too, the 74s have a pretty big competition as well. I'm excited to see them. The 74s and some of those lighter weight classes in powerlifting don't get nearly the love they deserve because, there's the big guys and the big weights. It's easy to see, but not understanding just how hard it is as a lifter who is smaller to be able to lift 5, 6, 700 pounds like some of these 74s are able to do really is incredible.
Yeah, pound for pound, it really is very impressive when you see these young lifters. I mean, putting up weight that we see lifters in weight classes above them putting down. So that's really impressive. But I mean, I'm gonna be a little bit biased here. There's just something about seeing absolute sheer amount of weight.
Yeah.
I absolutely love seeing a lot of the super heavyweights, a lot of these big boys just moving weight. Because I mean, visually, not only is it just a lot of plates on the bar, but that's what most fans and ordinary gym folks resonate with, right?
Right.
How much you squat, how much you bench,
Right.
like just the sheer amount of weight, right? Like what they say, there's no dots or there's no Wilks, there's no good lift points in the jungle,
Right. More plates, more dates.
right? Absolutely.
Lock coming out here, 207.5 kilos.
Very fast.
Yeah. Nice and controlled. That's what a squat is supposed to look like. Oh, spoke too soon. 2 to 1. Might have depth to clean up there on one of the sides.
And powerlifting is always going to be a majority rules sport. So again, we have 3 referees positioned on the left hand, right hand, and front side of the referee of the lifter in the platform. So they are looking at the lifter from various different angles. So they are seeing a different perspective. They all see a different picture, and they're all coming together and giving the lifter either a white light or a red light. So majority rules. So if there's 2 red lights, that is a no lift. If there's 2 white lights, that is a good lift.
Yeah, and there's a trust that comes with the judges of knowing that, even if I'm seeing something on my side, it may not be the case on the other side as well. So looks like Diego had 2 to 1 on that one, a no lift.
Yeah, a depth call there from our side referees.
Yeah.
We love to see a really good application of the rules from our referees. I know all these referees have all had various meets under their belt, so they're fairly experienced, and they're not only applying these rules fairly, but I mean, it really just kind of lets the lifter know that in order for me to get a white light, a good lift, I have to earn it, right?
Yeah.
There is no free, there is no presents, right? There is
Right.
no gifts here given.
Yeah. And the lifters have the opportunity when they get a red light to go to that judge and ask them what it is that they need to correct. And that is something that I encourage all lifters to do anytime you ever get a red light, just to go and ask the judge politely, like, hey, what was the call for? Just to make sure that you can go and clean that up and make sure that you get that on that next attempt.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, as a lifter both and as a coach, I'm pretty neurotic in that I want the most information possible. I want to know exactly what's going on. I don't want to be sitting in the blind. So if I get a lift, if I get a call, I want to know exactly what that call was for. That way I can come back to my coach and figure it out. How can I correct this? How can we mitigate any problems arising? That way next attempt can be all 3 white lights.
Yeah. And doing it politely as well matters, because I understand as a lifter, if you miss a lift, you might be heated, you might be emotional in the moment, but remember that the judges are there to help facilitate the meet. They're there to keep things running smoothly. And at the end of the day, the judges can't deter the credibility of the federation by giving out lifts.
And honestly, right, all these lifters, judges, spotters, they all want to see you succeed.
Yeah.
Nobody is really out here doing this wanting for anybody to fail. I personally am a referee myself, so I've done practicals for some of the referees that you see on this platform. So we all know that we do it for the love of the game. We do it because we want these lifters to succeed. So we want you guys to come to us and say, what was this infraction for? How can I perfect this? And we will actually give you those sort of suggestions on squat a little deeper or do X, Y, Z in order to be able to secure that white light while also upholding the standards of the federation. Yeah,
and also remembering that your judges are people too. they have feelings and things like that. So just making sure that you are treating them fairly and kindly and things like that. Even if you don't agree with the call necessarily, just understanding that this is a person that you're talking to.
Yeah. We're moving smoothly along into the second attempts of Flight C. We're killing this meet right
this
now.
meet is
It is
zooming.
It is 10:20 Central Time for those of you watching from home. And I mean, this meet started at 9 a.m. and normally, if we were at any other meet with 3 flights, we'd be like 2 hours in.
Yeah. At this point in the meet, we'd probably still be maybe on second attempt squats in Flight B.
Yeah, but I mean, these spotters and loaders are next level.
Yeah, they are truly some of the best spotters and loaders that I've seen at meets around this area. Like, all of these people are people that I consider friends and see at meets. And the other thing with our spotters and loaders is they are typically community members and volunteers. So sometimes, if you're competing at a meet that's like local to you, you might have spotters and loaders on the platform with you that are like your best friends. And that's always a cool thing to have, like the spotter or loader who's, back spotting you on a squat be like, hey, brace hard.
I believe we're taking a little bit of a break. Not a break, but this lifter, Kenneth, he is... Or actually,
here he
he's
comes.
coming out. He's got about 10 seconds left. Let's see if he can actually get his... All right, let's see Kenneth.
Yeah, so when our lifters are told that the bar is loaded for them, we start a minute timer to have them... They have to get the start command by the time that the clock hits 0 for them to have the lift count at all. That's mainly just to make sure that the meet is continuing to move smoothly and efficiently. We don't want to be taking too much time between lifts and things like that. It looks like that was a 2-to-1 no lift for Kenneth. Probably just because he had to rush out there and get
set up, yeah. That was a good lift for Patrick. Merrick next, 195 kilos. 15-kilo jump.
Yeah, we are starting to see some pretty big jumps from these 93s and 105 lifters. 15 kilos is starting to become a pretty standard for squat at these bigger weight classes. But you'll see at higher levels, maybe even tomorrow, that some of our lifters will take 20 to even 25 kilo jumps on their
Insane.
squats. Clearly, Merrick, the 15 kilos was plenty easy for him to handle. That's a 3 white light, and he is just smiling through squats.
Yeah.
Could never be me. I start smiling once I finish my third attempt squat.
Another 15-kilo jump by Samuel Roberts.
It's always fun to see the little rituals that our lifters do before they start their lift. You see them trying to get their arms loose, trying to get themselves, tighten certain, tight muscles in certain places, loose in other muscle groups. So it is a very difficult thing to balance that setup.
Very smooth attempt there by Samuel.
Xavier coming out next. Looks like he missed his first attempt and is going up 7.5 kilos on this second. So let's see if this pays off for him. This is a pretty significant jump after having not registered that opener. So
Missed it on depth, but
Okay.
again, right, like
strength.
we've seen historically, depth is one of those technical failures that you can easily come back from. So let's see how Xavier handles 212.
The strength is certainly
That
there.
looked deep. 3 white lights, yeah.
Good lift. Yeah. Handled that very, very well. 10-kilo jump for Benjamin coming out next.
Again, taking a 10-kilo jump here for Benjamin. Lifting in the 105-kilo class.
Benjamin has a lot of support in the room right now. I can hear the crowd hyping him up, going crazy for him. So hopefully that crowd energy fuels him, feeds him, makes this extra smooth.
Plenty deep there by
Very
Ben.
deep.
Nice attempt.
Grinds through it. Benjamin looks like he has a very hingy squat, and so that's why you see him kind of fall forward a little bit at the bottom of the hole, just trying to get his back sort of into position. People with those long femurs like you see that he has tend to have a little bit more difficulty on squat just because the leverage that squat requires. But he handles it pretty well and is able to finish that squat.
Very nice attempt there by Andrew. See what the refs say on depth, but he looks to pick up 17.5 kilos. That's a pretty big chunk to your total.
Yeah, it is. We'll see if he pushes another big jump. That might put him up there with some of the heaviest squatters in this flight.
Yeah.
Locke coming out, 225 kilos on the bar.
Just shy of 500 pounds. This is 496.
Yeah, but a nice clean 4 plates on the bar. Just looks aesthetically pleasing right now.
Never go wrong with that. Very easy attempt for
Nice and smooth.
3 white lights.
Yeah.
We got another 225 kilo attempt by Brian. Brian is representing Indiana.
Nice. Brian says that his goal for today is to try to push for a 1,300-pound total. So looks like he is so far putting himself in position on that opener. Let's see if he can continue that push on this second attempt squat. Oh, yeah, he looks locked in today.
Yep.
That was very strong. 3 white lights on that one.
Yeah, Brian currently forecasted with a 545 kilo total, and I believe 1,300 is 590. So we're looking to pace well within that.
Yeah.
A very bold attempt strategy here by Diego. Missed 210 kilos, opted to go up 20 kilos to 230, a 20-kilo jump after missing his opener.
This is so exciting to watch.
Bold.
Like I am on the edge of my seat watching this squat right now, seeing how fast he's gonna make this move. Oh my goodness.
Very easy attempt. Let's see what the refs say.
3 white
3 white
lights.
lights. There we go.
I got worried because it looked like he stumbled just a little bit before getting that foot set, but makes it move very, very smooth. Honestly, looks like that could have been an opener.
Yeah, it really well could have been. Now we're moving on to Travis Kim, also taking 230 kilos. This would be a last second attempt squat for our last flight for session 1. Travis Kim. Very calm and composed as he approaches the bar. Good attempt there. Let's see what the refs say. 3 white lights. Good lift.
Good lift. Travis is just a freshman
Wow.
on his team at
Insane.
school, finishing off the flight, having just joined his college's powerlifting team. Very, very impressive stuff.
Let us know who you guys are supporting from home on the live stream comments. We have our third attempt squats now for Flight C. These are the last lifts of these for these lifters, and we won't see them back again until they start the bench press later down the day, most likely in the afternoon.
Here we go, Jawad. Very nice. Someone needs to remind him that that was a third attempt.
Yeah, and
looked effortless.
And picks up 17.5 kilos. Went from 140 to 152.5 to 170. A 30-kilo spread from opener to third attempt. That's a really, really big gain on the total.
Victor coming out next. 172.5 kilos. No belt, no knee sleeves, just pure raw strength on that one. Just powers through it. That was pure muscle on that. 3 white lights. A good lift for Victor. Kenneth coming out next. He missed his second and is still going up 7.5 more kilos. So I think it was on depth for the second. Hopefully this third one, he's able to correct that and be strong enough to finish the lift.
Not that you want to see lifters miss weight, but this seems to be a very common trend. Right now we see a lot of misses on depth. Lifters still opting to go up in weight. Let's see how Kenneth handles 180.
Definitely slows him down a little bit.
It was
We'll
work,
see.
but
2
2 to 1. Good lift.
Yeah.
And that's what you want to see.
Yeah. The bold strategy is paying off today. It does not always pay off. So if you are a lifter watching this meet saying, oh, it's not, a big deal if I miss depth and go up, this is not always representative of how that works out for people. So be careful doing that. It is a risky strategy, but I'm glad to see it's working today.
I think you might have jumped that rack command.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you can see how quickly after he locks out that squat, he walks towards the rack forward. So he hasn't waited for the chief referee to signal or give him the rack.
Yeah, that little moment of hesitation just to show that you really completed the lift. Take that second and then walking back to the rack is important. I think, honestly, it's also a safety thing because you don't want a lifter trying to, start their walk before they're really fully done with the squat.
Good depth there by Merrick. Let's see what the refs say. Gets 3 white lights, and he picks up 15 kilos to end off his day with 210, going 3 for 3. Samuel Roberts up next, 212.5 kilos. And he's also one of these lifters taking pretty big attempts or jumps between attempts, going from 185 to 200, and then taking another 12.5 kilo jump to 212.
Yeah, these are some big squats that we're seeing, and I am just so impressed by these collegiate lifters being able to come out here, stay on top of their schoolwork, continuing to be student athletes, but also showing that they are some of the strongest people in the entire country.
Very good attempt there.
Yeah.
Probably had a little bit more.
Yeah, I honestly think he probably could have taken 215 there.
Yeah.
2 to 1, a good lift on that one. Yeah, I don't know if you can, if y'all on the live stream can hear it, but the energy just continues to build, and every time a new squatter comes out, it's just louder and louder in here.
We got Elrin hyping up the crowd in the MC in the back, but we also hear all the supporters, friends, family, even lifters cheering everybody on. That's the best.
By the time that we get to deadlifts today, it is going to be a madhouse in here. Very, very controlled on that one. But honestly, I think he might have just taken a little bit too much time getting down to the hole, not feeling super confident, that he just kind of gassed himself out, trying to feel that control, trying to feel for that depth, and just didn't have the energy at the bottom to pop back up out of there.
Xavier coming up next, 222.5 kilos.
10-kilo jump here, but looks strong on the day, nice and stable on this walkout.
Very nice attempt, very calm and collected.
Yeah. 2-1, good lift on that one. We are having ourselves a great day here at this 5W Midwest Showdown. 230 kilos on the bar for Andrew Cox. This is our first 500-pound squat of this last round of squats. So let's see how many more we get.
Yeah, it looks like he sunk it a little bit too deep on that third squat. Just wasn't able to kind of recover his position. Just look at here the replay. That's a deep squat. I think it's deeper than all of his other squats. Just kind of dive bombed it, but
yeah.
I mean,
and that's something that you see sometimes with third attempt squats when you know that it's really, really heavy, and you want to make sure that you don't get called on depth, because the worst thing that can happen is you cut depth and miss the squat on that you oversink the squat, and then now you're out of position because now you went down too far. So finding that right balance is the real challenge on these squats.
Locke coming up next, 235 kilos, taking a 10-kilo jump.
Fights, grinds.
Perfect grind there. He was shifting side to side, but that didn't phase him, and he walks away 3 white lights. Good lift.
Yeah, and that side-to-side movement, that's okay for our lifters. Even if the bar stops moving, that is okay. But the second that the bars start to have any sort of downward motion, our judges will tell our spotters and loaders to immediately take the weight from our lifters, because once the weight starts to go down, that is officially a no lift, and there's no point in making our lifters just fight through a lift that they're going to get called no for anyway, especially if they're already struggling.
Absolutely, and everyone's well aware from our spotters and loaders, lifters themselves, and the referees especially, that lifts don't need to be pretty, they don't need to look good, but as long as they adhere to the standards, there's up, down, you hit depth, you're good. You listen to the commands, that's all you need. Strong attempt by Brian there.
Yeah.
And as we close out these squats, we got 2 attempts remaining. We're seeing how these strategies are kind of coming into play with lifters emptying out the tank on their third attempts versus Brian here on his third attempt goes 3 for 3, saves a bit of room in the tank, and is honestly just building the total and saving energy for his bench and deadlift attempts. Again, these lifters are only about a third of the way there. They still got 6 more lifts left to go. So this is only the building block and their starting point to build the rest of the day and their totals.
Yeah, and you can see Travis here. His squat definitely looks like it's going to be a big part of his total. You can just see the quads popping out of his knee sleeves on this. That's how you can tell that someone is really built to be a squatter.
Let's see what the refs call him on that one. 2-1. Good lift.
I'm so jealous of just the range of motion that it looks like
Yeah.
he has on that squat is incredible.
We got another 20-kilo jump by Mr. Diego, going from 230 to 250, 551 pounds. This is our heaviest squat of this session and the day thus far. And this is huge for that 93-kilo lifter.
Yeah. 93-kilo lifter hitting a 551 squat.
Yeah, weighing in at 91 kilos. That's just shy of a 3 times body weight squat.
Yeah, and this is a collegiate lifter too.
Yeah.
So, at 21, 22, 23 years old, what were you doing on a Saturday? Well, he's squatting 550 pounds.
All right, we got all the energy support behind him. He's staying very calm and composed. Again, his 230 moved with ease. Got called on depth on the 210. Let's see how he compromises that with that 250. Looks deep.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
The 20-kilo jumps don't even look like they're
It
slowing
didn't
him
faze
down.
Yeah, that looked like it could have been anywhere between a first and second attempt.
Yeah, honestly. I want to know, like, in 5 years what he is going to be squatting, because
yeah.
it is going to be something incredible.
Yeah. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the squat session for session 1 of the 5W Midwest Collegiate Showdown. Here we have the top 10 men via good lift points. We have Diego, who we just saw leading the pack with a 32.98 good lift score. And this is only calculating their good lift score on squats. It's not the forecasted good lift score. This is just basing how much they've squatted and their body weight. We have Diego, Travis, and Locke taking the top 3 positions, with Brian and Xavier in rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, and something to note here is these placings are going to change a lot over the course of the day based off of what our lifter's strongest lift is.
Absolutely. And then moving over to the women, we have Layla, Emma, and Jordan with the top 3, with Daisy and Savannah rounding out that top 5. And like you said, these are just preliminary standings. These are just based off of the squat attempts. So maybe we had a few squat specialists in the first round, but then we have the bench specialist and the deadlift specialist at the end. So we have plenty of lifting left to go, and so much more excitement left for this competition.
Yeah, and looking through the standings, there's a pretty good spread amongst the schools and the top 10 on both sides. So it really is going to be a battle between these schools as, bragging rights start to get on the line. And that's one of the things that I would like to see in powerlifting too, is some more team dynamics of, like, these collegiate,
of it,
like my college versus your college, who's going to
yeah.
come out on top. And so hopefully we see some nice, like, collegiate showdowns when it comes down to the standings at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Well, like we said, we are going to take a 10-minute intermission. Meanwhile, our platform crew, our spotters and loaders, set up the platform for the bench press. We're going to take a 10-minute intermission, and that concludes the squat session today. We'll see you all back for the bench press in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Peace.
I'm here with my guy Brian. He's a sales director for Math Science. We've been working together for what, 2 years?
2 years and counting.
2 years and counting.
Let's go.
This is, I believe it's a hoodie.
Hoodie.
So Brian, why don't you tell the audience what makes this hoodie special?
It's just heavier. Right now, everyone's trying to get heavier, more premium options. So there's different price points. We looked at, hey, here's a regular hoodie. Here's one that's a little bit better, which you've used in the past.
Yeah.
And then this is a brand new one that it's like, hey, this is way more fashion forward.
Yeah.
It's heavier. It feels really good. And everyone that we've shown it to absolutely loves it.
I agree, man.
Yeah.
This looks super modernized. And right now it's getting cold and cold in Chicago. So
Yeah.
I'm sure it's definitely
So
the hoodie to go.
It's a little bit oversized. You can see like drop shoulders. There's no drawstrings, so it's more like urban, more fashion forward. Raglan sleeves, and then it's French terry on the inside.
Yeah.
So it just has really good weight to it. And let's look at the shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shirt right here.
Same thing with the shirt. This is a heavier option. There's like a standard option. You've used other brands in the past. You've used this one a lot too.
Yeah, I've used this one a lot, yeah.
This is a heavier option, oversized, drop shoulders, slightly cropped. Again, this is probably like our #1 shirt when people want, hey, I want a fashion forward shirt. I want to spend a little bit more money. This is the way to go. And
Yeah.
then you guys tag them on the inside, so private
Yep.
label tags. Yeah, and
Yeah.
then that's this year's design.
Yeah, horseshoe.
Yeah.
We'll be dropping this in January most likely. But for now, just appreciate you again.
Yeah.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm happy, man. Thank
Let's
you.
go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pursuit. It looks different for all of us, but underneath, it's the same. The same silence, the same struggle, the same choice. You wake up with it. You feel it when you're alone. And when it's hard to keep going, you do it anyway. It's not about the destination. It's about how you become in order to get there. And some of us found it in the gym, some on the road, some under the bar, or behind the bag. But what we're really chasing is something internal. A version of ourselves that holds under pressure, earned through repetition. It's not loud. There's no celebration. Just small moments, repeated and earned. You don't have to get it. Not everyone does. But if you do, you know what it means to keep showing up. Hour after hour, when no one is watching. And that's the pursuit.
Fear. Fear is rooted in doubt. Doubt in myself. Am I strong enough to endure this? Do I have the unshaken will to walk the path I've chosen? The moment I doubt my will, fear creeps in, trying to conquer me, to enslave me. Doubt must be slain, and with it, fear. My will must then be shaken, doubtless.
I'm here with my guy Brian. He's a sales director for Mass Science. We've been working together for what? 2 years?
2 years and counting.
2 years and counting.
Let's go.
This is, I believe, it's a hoodie.
Hoodie.
So Brian, why don't you tell the audience what made this hoodie special?
It's just heavier. Right now, everyone's trying to get heavier, more premium options. So there's different price points. We looked at, hey, here's a regular hoodie. Here's one that's a little bit better, which you've used in the past.
Yeah.
And then this is a brand new one that it's like, hey, this is way more fashion forward.
Yeah.
It's heavier. It feels really good. And everyone that we've shown it to absolutely loves it.
I agree, man.
Yeah.
This looks super modernized. And right now it's getting cold and cold in Chicago. So
Yeah.
I'm sure it's definitely
So
the hoodie to go.
It's a little bit oversized. You can see like drop shoulders. There's no drawstrings, so it's more like urban, more fashion forward. Raglan sleeves, and then it's French terry on the inside.
Yeah.
So it just has really good weight to it. And let's look at the shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, right here.
Same thing with the shirt. This is a heavier option. There's like a standard option. You've used other brands in the past. You've used this one a lot too.
Yeah, I've used this one a lot, yeah.
This is a heavier option, oversized, drop shoulders, slightly cropped. Again, this is probably like our #1 shirt when people want, hey, I want a fashion forward shirt. I want to spend a little bit more money. This is the way to go. And
Yeah.
then you guys tag them on the inside, so private
Yep.
label tags. Yeah. And
Yeah.
then that's this year's design.
Yeah, horseshoe.
Yeah.
We'll be dropping this in January most likely. But for now, just appreciate you again.
Yeah.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm happy, man. Thank
Let's
you.
go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pursuit. It looks different for all of us, but underneath, it's the same. The same silence, the same struggle, the same choice. You wake up with it. You feel it when you're alone. And when it's hard to keep going, you do it anyway. It's not about the destination. It's about who you become in order to get there. And some of us found it in the gym, some on the road, some under the bar, or behind the back. But what we're really chasing is something internal. A version of ourselves that holds under pressure, earned through repetition. It's not loud. There's no celebration. Just small moments, repeated and earned. You don't have to get it. Not everyone does. But if you do, you know what it means to keep showing up. Hour after hour, when no one is watching. And that's the pursuit.
Fear. Fear is rooted in doubt. Doubt in myself. Am I strong enough to endure this? Do I have the unshaken will to walk the path I've chosen? The moment I doubt my will, fear creeps in, trying to conquer me, to enslave me. Doubt must be slain, and with it, fear. My will must then be shaken. Doubtless. No fear.
I'm here with my guy Brian. He's a sales director for Math Science. We've been working together for what, 2 years?
2 years and counting.
2 years and counting.
Let's go.
This is, I believe it's a hoodie.
Hoodie.
So Brian, why don't you
Welcome back. We are coming back from our break after squats. Again, I am Isaiah.
My name is Kevin Serrano, and we are your commentators for this session. So this is the first session of the 5W Midwest Collegiate Showdown. This is day one of a 2-day competition. We have the open and all of our age divisions in tomorrow, Sunday, but we have all of our collegiate lifters, all of our college athletes showcasing lifters from all across the Midwest lifting here today. So we just came back from our break. After the conclusion of squats, we had all 3 flights go around and do their 3 attempts of squats. We took a 10-minute intermission, wait for our spotters and loaders to set up that platform. Everyone kind of take a little bit of a break, and we are back for the bench press.
Yes, and on those squats, we saw a lot of lifters hit their lifts. No one bombed out, which is always a good sign. So everyone is in the meet. It looks like people are looking very, very strong today. People are putting together some really, really nice totals. A lot of people on track for PRs today. So hopefully that continues through this bench press event.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, a lot of these lifters are building up that momentum, going 3 for 3 on squats, really getting those lifts on the board so that way they can build that total. Not only is this a weight class competition, there's 3, I guess you can call it, competitions within oneself. There is the weight class part where you're competing against lifters in your own weight class, but you also have lifters competing in the overall, right? So you have the good lift points scoring system, which takes your body weight and your weight lifted, and it comes up with a coefficient that you can compare lifters across different weight classes. But also the third element of the competition is the team scoring, right? These are university students that have trained for months on end and are coming here together, representing their schools and competing against other schools. So there's that competitive element of powerlifting now is not just a individual sport, but now we're competing our school versus your school.
Yeah. And to circle back, I have a quick question for you. When it comes to these weight class battles versus the good lift scoring, what if one lifter in a weight class has a higher total but a lower good lift score? How does the judging determine who would win in that case?
Yeah, so there actually could be 2 winners in that case, because the good lift score is based off of the lifter's body weight, a lifter could weigh very, very light, but only lose by 2.5 kilos. But because they weighed in very, very light, their coefficient, their good lift points might actually be higher than the person who totaled the most. So there's different parts. And it could be a possibility where a winner of one weight class loses to somebody who loses the overall to somebody who is in the same weight class, totals less, but because they weighed less, they out good lift scored them.
Yeah.
That's a possibility.
Yeah, and so we'll let y'all know if that is a possibility that's happening. We'll keep track of how our lifters are doing in terms of scoring and things like that.
Yeah, and as we are just getting underway for our bench press, we just had Jordan secure a good lift with 40 kilos. We're now moving on to Samantha, 42.5, and we're getting underway with our bench press. And just to talk a little bit about the bench press, this is a slower pace than the squats. It is more calm, collected. There are more commands involved, so we are going to see these lifters taking their time and a bit of a slower pace to the meet. If you want to call it that, before we ramp it up back for the deadlifts.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different intricacies to go over on the bench press. Bench, for most people, is considered to be the most technical of the three lifts. And one of the major complications about the bench specifically is that each bench that you bench from is a different height, width, and so the instrument itself that you're benching off of, the platform that you're pulling off of, changes gym to gym, competition to competition. And then there's a lot of different things that our judges are going to be looking for on the bench press with the 3 commands and all the different contact points that a lifter has to maintain on the lift.
Yeah, you really touched on a lot of points there. We got Samantha coming up next, 42.5 kilos. Just to kind of break down a little bit about what you guys just saw on the screen, we saw 3 different commands. We saw Samantha unrack that bar, hold it out with her arms fully extended across the bench, and then she waited. She waited for the start command, and the start command is only given when your head, your butt, and your feet are fully in contact and flat on the bench and the platform respectively. After you receive that start command, you lower that bar down to your chest. You don't just touch it and then go. You hold it motionless on the chest. You hold it motionless on the chest until you receive the press command from the referee, as you see here. Yep, you can see that press command. And then rack. That third and final command is when that lifter presses the bar back out to full arm extension. They wait and then receive the rack command. So again, like Isaiah was saying, this is a very, very technical lift. This is something where you can't let your emotions take over. You can't let that aggression, that blurriness to your thinking, because you can't even see the referee. It's all audible. You have to hear those commands. So that's what really goes into the technical aspect of the bench press.
Yeah, and something that Kevin touched on was that motionless part of the rule on bench press on the chest is a really, really key component to this. And that's something that a lot of lifters get frustrated about, is they'll say, why did I have to hold the bench press for so long? Or they'll complain about these long press commands. And really, it comes down to that word motionless.
Yeah.
When they're touching the bar to their chest, sometimes the bar is still moving. But as you see with Daisy here, she did a really good job of controlling it down, and the second that it touched her chest, it's almost stopped in motion, and that's why she was able to get such a quick press command.
Yeah, that's a really, really good example there of somebody who controls that bar, and almost like that very, very light touch, just letting that bar come in contact with the bench, just holding it there and then getting that press command. That's really going to ensure you get that speedy and almost as quick of a press command as possible.
And you notice sort of the opposite here with Savannah, where she's so powerful and strong, and she kind of brought the bar down to her chest really fast and had a little bit of that
kind of bouncing
wobble.
up. Yeah, it was settling on the. It's not to say it's a strength issue, but that bar was settling on her chest.
Yeah.
And once that bar settled and became motionless, that's when our experienced referee gave that press command. So very exemplary example of the different commands we'll see in the bench press.
Yeah. Anna coming out here next, 62.5 kilos. Very nice on that one. Looks strong. 3 white lights, a good lift for Anna on that one. Hannah is coming out, also taking that same weight. On bench, we're going to see a lot of people taking weights that are either the same or similar to each other just because of the nature of bench being a lighter lift. There's not quite as much room for variation amongst the amounts of weight being lifted.
And I think we'll also see a fairly more consistent attempt selection and jumps when it comes to the bench press. I mean, when you think about it from a physiological and just anatomy standpoint, our bench press muscles, the muscle movers, are chest, triceps, shoulders. They're smaller muscles to begin with. They're not like our legs, back, quads, glutes, right? That are going to be more powerful muscles, therefore capable of moving more weight. So that's why in the bench press, we oftentimes see lifters lifting less weight. There's exceptions, but because the movers and the muscles are smaller in size and power, we are going to see much more calculated and much smaller attempt selections, more predictable, if you want to call it that. That's a really good way to think about it.
Yeah, and coming out next, we have Hannah here. We see that Hannah has some blocks on her feet. For some of our lifters, if they can't reach their feet all the way to the ground comfortably, we have some supports that make it so that they can have a platform to bench from without having, any sort of weird inconsistencies or having to dangle their feet if their legs are, not able to reach all the way. Oh, yeah.
And I think just kind of going over the foot block aspect, I want to highlight just the other beauty of powerlifting. We talk about the community, we talk about the emotions, everything, but I think what really sets powerlifting apart from other sports is the accessibility to it, right? There are rules of performance, right? There is depth standards. There are rules in place for us to be able to achieve the lifts. But other than that, as long as you're able to perform those lifts, there is really no barrier to entry or limitations for lifters as long as you're able to perform these lifts. Such as we've seen lifters as old. I personally have seen lifters as old as 80 to lifters as young as 8. Compete, right. So I know these are collegiate lifters. So these are all going to be lifters either 18 to 23 in that range. But I mean, later down the road, we're going to see lifters that are in the youth divisions, in the masters divisions, that are really just going out to show that powerlifting has no age. Powerlifting has no weight limits, no weight restrictions, and it really is a sport for everybody.
Yeah. And I'd see too, like those lifters who are in those master's weight classes or those youth weight classes do get that same level of attention and cheer across the board. Whereas, sometimes it's not always seen as the same level in other sports when a master's lifter comes in. It's sort of like a for show. In powerlifting, we really, really love our master's lifters. We really, really love our youth lifters. And so there is just so much excitement and joy around them as well. And I think that's something that really stands out, is that powerlifting is a sport you could do for your whole life if you wanted to.
We got a pretty tall rack height on this one for Nicholas.
Oh, geez, yeah. Some people could probably squat out of that.
Yeah, very long and lanky arms. Which we'll talk a little bit more about efficiency and range of motion when we after this lift. But long way up, long way down.
Very powerful, though.
Yeah, one of the very also interesting and experienced parts about powerlifting and athletes when they actually get experience in the sport is learning how your body works and learning how to move efficiently within the range of motion. There are limitations and confines that we have to lift under, such as grip widths and what we're able to do. But other than that, we can actually manipulate our own bodies to lift more efficiently, whether it be increasing the arch, increasing our grip width into the maximal allowable width, and also adjusting our feet placement, all those different things that go into techniques that we see.
Yeah. And one of the things about powerlifting is that some of the things that give you maybe good leverage for bench, like having shorter arms and things like that, tend to take away from your ability to perform other lifts. So having short arms for bench is good because it reduces your range of motion, but having short arms on deadlift actually is a detriment. And so there's sort of this balancing act that powerlifting plays of you really can't be built perfectly for all 3 lifts.
Yeah,
And that's that fairness I really enjoy.
Yeah, and then like you said, there are advantages and different disadvantages having different limb lengths, leverages is what we call them, that make people proportionately better at certain lifts than the other.
Even down to your hip socket, people in powerlifting will be concerned about or have to
Muscle
worry
insertion.
about.
There's just so many different ways. And again, right, like our body is just so different. That's why it's very important for lifters, if they are wanting to get deeper into the sport, to be able to find a qualified and experienced coach that's able to find what technique works best for you and be able to work with excellent programming to find out what exactly works for your body type. Because doing a program for somebody with short femurs, long torso, long arms is going to be somebody different. It's going to be so much different than somebody who has exactly the opposite of you.
Yeah, and the muscular needs change and stuff like that over the course of those leverages as well.
Very narrow bench press stance there for Jordan. He secures 100 kilos, and now we're back at the top of the order for our second attempts of flight. We're moving really fast.
Yeah, and something interesting with Jordan, having that close grip and having those longer arms is actually something that you see is pretty atypical, because having that closer grip is also another way that your range of motion becomes sort of longer. And so he is pushing what seems like forever.
We got Jordan that closed out the flight, and now we got Jordan opening up the second attempts. What a back-to-back there.
5 kilo jump here. Fights for it, gets it moving, nice and strong at the top.
Yeah, very well refined technique there. I do believe that she got a little bit of a delayed press command as that bar was moving kind of through her bench, but she does get no lift from all 3 referees. It was a technical failure. It was a yellow card, so it might have been some sort of command, her butt coming up off the bench. Not quite sure exactly what it was.
Yeah, it's hard for us to see from this angle what some of the other calls might be. Your butt coming off the bench could be a reason for the judges to red light you. Elbow depth is a thing to start paying attention to. Specifically in powerlifting America when it comes
to the platform, meaning that our feet are able to slide and move across the platform, but if our heels or our toes come up off the platform while we're benching in between commands, that is going to be a no lift. Now moving on to our hips and our butt. Our butt needs to remain in contact with the bench. We see here Emma did a really good job executing on that bench, and she gets 3 white lights. So our butt needs to remain in contact with that bench. Our upper back and shoulders are also going to remain in contact with the bench. I mean, I really don't see how your shoulders can come up off the bench, but that is stated in the rules. And now moving on to the arms and that part, the limbs, your grip width, your index fingers have to cover the rings of the bar. Any grip that is exceeding that width, the 81 centimeter marks, that is going to be a no lift. Or not a legal grip. So we see here Daisy is utilizing that max grip, able to position herself with her index fingers on those rings.
Yeah, and when we're saying rings, we're talking about the smooth part of the bar that just gives the lifter sort of an indication of where that max grip is. That really is there mainly just as a sort of guidance for our lifters of, here is the max grip that you can have, and your index finger is the furthest out you can put your hand on bench.
Yeah, and then moving on to the elbows, our elbows have to remain locked both at the start and at the end of the lift. So in order for the lift to even begin, our referees have to assure that the lifter has their elbows locked, is not starting with a sort of half bench motion, and then when they lock out the lift, they are locking out to full arm extension. We see here Savannah's doing a great job in locking out her elbows. That looked a lot better than the opener. I mean,
yeah, that was very, very fast. I think she had a little bit quicker of a press command. There's still a little bit of almost I I don't want to call it a bounce on her chest, but a little wobble on her chest, but still much faster of a press command and just absolutely shoots it off her chest on that one.
Yeah, and then the main thing the referee, especially the chief referee, is looking for is ensuring that that bar not only comes into contact with the bench, but gets motionless on the chest in order for the lifter to see that press command.
Grinds through it. Very nice job keeping the bar moving, pushing it up. 3 white lights on that lift.
And some minor rules would be the head also is treated just like the butt, has to remain in contact with the bench at all times. And then finally touching on the elbow depth part. What elbow depth means is that your tip of your elbow has to break the middle of the shoulder joint. That plane, that on a horizontal view, that tip of your elbow has to reach that middle of the shoulder joint. So it's a little bit hard to tell because lifters are wearing a t-shirt, but normally that is a call that is decided upon by the chief referee. Very nice attempt there by Hannah.
Yeah. And what that rule looks to do is limit the amount that a lifter can get out of just simply arching on the bench. We saw lifters for a while get really, really good at coming up into arches where they could get the range of motion on their bench down to sometimes
Few inches.
Yeah. And whether you agree or disagree on whether that should be allowed, in this federation, they want you to have a certain amount of range of motion to prove that you are really showing your strength through a fair amount of range of motion.
Yeah, it really is that striking that balance between showcasing your strength, but also maximizing your leverages and efficiency within the movement.
Yeah, it is a certain technique required to get up into an arch and be able to maintain that. But when it comes to the sport of powerlifting, we are really more concerned with your strength and power more than anything.
Absolutely.
So being able to manipulate your body to really limit that range of motion so much, wasn't something that in this federation they wanted to see.
Yeah, we're moving very swiftly along in these attempts. We're now down to our second half portion of the second attempt bench 5 kilos. Nice clean red on the bar.
Yeah, and that's red on the bar on bench is a big number for a lot of people. Three white lights, a good lift. And that was one of those bench presses where she had a pretty long command because the bar just didn't look super stable on her chest, but she was able to maintain that tension in her body and still be able to express that strength there. Nicholas coming out, 80 kg on this one.
Yeah, range of motion for days there.
Yeah, it is really a struggle for those people with the long limbs to comfortably be able to even get the bar down to their chest sometimes, just because it takes so long and so much can go wrong if you are not in control on the way down for that bench. So that's honestly where we see a lot of our collegiate lifters struggle the most, is that control specifically on the bench press.
Yeah, there's definitely that experience aspect that goes into refining the technique and getting yourself to improve that arch, maximize that grip width.
Yeah, there's just so many different aspects of the bench press that you can adjust. Your hand width, your wrist, how much flexion is in your wrists, how far are you putting your feet out, how much are you turning your toes out, how are you lowering your butt down to the bench? All of these different things are a factor in the bench press, just in your own technique, that all just require some time to play around with and feel comfortable with.
And for those of you watching from home, AJ right now is attempting 220 pounds. So this is just shy of 2 commercial gym plates. So for those of you watching from home, he's got a 2-plate date in his hands.
Hey, come on, AJ. Join the 2-plate club. Very nice. What a powerful bench from AJ. on that one. 220 on the bar. Jordan coming out next, 105 kilos. Jordan has so much energy just coming out to the platform. Look like he sprinted out there. Another one of our long arm, close grip benchers. 3 white lights on that one for Jordan. Looking strong on the day.
We are now back to the top of the order. Jordan again, right? Coming up with 45 kilos, retaking that second attempt bench press. We weren't quite sure what the second attempt was called for. Maybe a missed rack command. It was a technical failure, but she is electing to retake that weight and hopefully secure this 45.
Yeah, and that's probably a good call here. Bench press, third attempt bench presses is the most commonly missed lift in all of powerlifting. You see it pretty commonly that a second attempt will fly and then a lifter will add 2.5 kilos and it won't move off their chest. So
yeah, but
taking the kilos on bench.
Absolutely, and that is not an issue for Jordan. She secures that 45 kilos and weighing in at 46.5. That's about a body weight bench, which is really impressive for these lifters, being able to bench your body weight. I mean, how many people can say that?
Yeah. Here comes Jordan with this bench. Fights for it. Just not quite able to get it back moving again. And that's what we see a lot of the times with bench press. Her second attempt looked very, very good. And then just that tipping point on bench comes way quicker than people really think it does.
Very nice setup. Very technical bench press. That's a beautiful looking bench there.
Yeah.
I think just the composure, control on.
Build that confidence for the lifter, especially because Emma had what looks like a pretty tough day on her squats. So coming back and going 3 for 3 on bench really probably made her feel a lot better moving forward for the rest of the meet. This is Daisy here.
And very solid attempt, able to secure 65 kilos, 2-1. Good lift there for her. And one of the interesting things you see is lifters that might have missed an attempt or two on the squat portion, they might adjust their strategy for the bench press. They might elect to take a more conservative attempt to try to secure those kilos, secure that third attempt, and not risk missing any more kilos on the table, knowing that they might have missed some on the squat portion. So very good attempt strategy there. Daisy worked out well for her, 3 for 3. Let's see Savannah up next. Solid attempt there, picks up 5 kilos. That is a good lift.
Great job, Savannah.
Yeah, good execution thus far from all these ladies.
Up next, coming out, we will have Anna Hoffman benching 70 kilos. Hopefully we can get this updated for you with the correct lifter name here in a second. But like I said, this is Emma right here, or this is Anna right here. Fights for it. Come on, Anna. Just not quite able to secure it there. Just a little bit too much. Only a 2.5 kilo jump from her second to her third. So she's over here. Hopefully we can come back to the meet. Hannah is coming out next, about to get things underway. Hannah is benching 75 kilos. Having some technical difficulties a little bit, but hopefully we can get this back and moving for you here in a second.
Yeah, our technical crew here in the back are working on this live stream for you all.
Coming out next, we have Ryan. Gonna bench 77.5 kilos here.
And it looks like we are back here. Ryan,
Awesome.
77.5 kilos.
Fights for it.
Yeah, that was one of those attempts where, I mean, even he knew that he didn't pause all the way, and that bar just kind of came up after he touched the chest.
Yeah.
Which, valiant effort, goes up 5 kilos, but still walks away with 72.5 on the board.
Yeah, and you're never really too mad missing a third attempt bench, especially if you've taken a small jump, just because a lot of times on these third attempt benches specifically, you are really, really trying to walk a fine line, and it really, really is tough, but it's also the smallest portion of most of these lifters' totals, so they're able to manage to only lose a couple kilos here and there if they are missing thirds.
Yeah.
However, Layla has no issues with that. 80 kilos, 2-to-1, a good lift, strong looking bench. $85 kilos coming out next for Benjamin. Let's go, Nicholas. Fighting for it, fighting for it.
It looks like that bar's just coming down.
Yeah, just not quite enough to get it back moving again once he got it up. And that break point, that stopping point on bench, just, it comes out of nowhere on you. I will do sets where my benches are moving, and then 2 reps later, all of a sudden I fail a rep.
Yeah. I think bench is one of those where like it's moving good until it's not, right?
Yeah. Jonathan coming out next, 90 kilos on the bar. He's having a really good day so far. He's got that gentleman's 5 for 5 so far. And finishes here. Continues putting together a very solid day, building a very impressive total. 5 for 6 on the day. Missed his opener squat, but still went up in weight on his 2 following attempts. Went 3 for 3 on bench there for Jonathan.
AJ with a really good opportunity here to be the only lifter in his flight to go 6 for 6 as he goes up with 105 kilos. This is 231 pounds, just over 2 commercial gym plates.
Yeah, and I really like seeing AJ kind of dig himself into the bench there. Really trying to build that stable platform for himself to push from.
Easy attempt
Oh
there
my
for AJ.
goodness.
Wow, that looked like it could have been an opener. But
Yeah, he
3
is
white lights.
manhandling his third attempts.
That's the interesting and honestly very smart strategy for AJ. It looks like all of his lifts have been fairly easy, and he is going 6 for 6. So that momentum he's building going into the deadlift, and it looks like he's got a pretty heavy deadlift opener. So he's looking to party right now for this deadlift.
Yeah, I hope he pulls something fun for deadlifts. Jordan fighting.
Let's
Come
go,
on, finish
Jordan,
it.
finish
Finish it. Squeeze that tricep. Come on, that left side. No.
And even though he did not get the lift, I just want to highlight again, Jordan weighs 59 kilos. So he is the lightest lifter from this entire flight, and he benched the most, right? So he matched AJ with the 105, but being a 59 kilo lifter, weighing in at 56.
Yeah.
So just under 130 pounds. That is insane to be moving the weight that he's moving.
Yeah, and to be fighting for as much as he did for that one. Like, it was really, really close. One last inch on that left arm probably hasn't finished that one.
Yeah.
But we're moving into Flight B now. We have Zayd coming out, taking 80 kilos for his bench press opener.
Yeah, very delayed press command there as that bar was still moving up and down, bouncing on his chest. So that's a very, very good call by the referees
Yeah.
and something, honestly, lifters need to sort of control as far as letting that bar settle on the chest. That comes with the experience factor in staying tight even at the bottom, because once you lose tightness, it's very, very difficult to regain that tightness. That's one thing a lot of coaches and high level lifters will tell you is once you're in your position, you're stuck like that. That
Yeah.
weight on that bar is pushing you down, and it's really hard to retighten those shoulders, that upper back, and readjust your position.
Yeah. And something we see here Liam do just a little bit that may be something that our other lifters are trying to do, but maybe don't necessarily have the technical proficiency down yet to accomplish it effectively, is some lifters try to sink the bar into their chest a little bit to try to help them, if they do have issues reaching that elbow depth. Or for some lifters, they'll use that that sink to try to generate just a little bit of momentum off their chest to try to help them out of that bottom position. And sometimes with that, the bar can bounce or get a little bit wobbly. And so doing that sink, if it continues to be allowed, we'll see, if the rule changes come through and things like that. But that sink is a very delicate timing issue that lifters have to play with.
Yeah, and you brought up a interesting and almost heated conversation there. Really hot topic now in the IPF and Powerlifting America universe, where recently, as of January 1st, Powerlifting America or the IPF introduced a rule set that was later postponed and delayed until later on in this year in the season. But they introduced a subset of rules that almost limit the amount of movement your torso is allowed to generate in the bench press. So normally, as we have seen, there's lifters that sink the bar into their chest for a variety of reasons, either to generate that momentum on the press or even to just achieve bench depth, given their technique. We see a lot of high-level lifts from, I think for me, what resonates, one of the lifters that I really watch a lot is like Megan Scanlon, or some of these really high-level benchers that sink that bar into their chest and then explode, moving their torsos and using that as momentum to generate power and press that bar up. That will no longer be a rule or allowable in the future. So we'll see how these lifters adapt to these rule sets. And like any sport, we see drastic and dramatic rule changes that change the dynamic of the sport in its entirety. So this is not new for powerlifting, but it's very interesting to see how these high-level lifters are going to adapt to it.
Yeah, and something to note too, in that delay of these rules being implemented, they also might edit the rules or draft the rules due to the input of the individual federations and things like that. So there's a little bit of things up in the air in terms of what the rules are going to be moving forward, but we do see a shift moving towards allowing less of that upper body motion on the bench press. Mason just finished a 100-kilo bench press opener. Moved very, very nicely. 3 white lights on that one.
And we are now moving along to our 2-plate territory. We have 226 pounds for Christopher opening us up. How many of you guys were bench pressing over 2 plates in college, right? So that's something to keep in mind, right?
Yeah. 2 plates is still, if you go to a college rec center and you're benching 2 plates,
it'll turn some heads.
Yeah, it still turns heads. Like, people, I think, sometimes in powerlifting, we see all these people lifting, 300, 400, 500 pounds on bench press and things like that. And it can be very easy to get discouraged by, oh man, so-and-so's lifting so much more than me. But really, it's important to remind yourself and athletes, everyone started somewhere, and that like a 225-pound bench press actually is very impressive, because the average gym goer, the average person in your day-to-day life, that's not something that they can do. Paul gets 3 white lights on that bench press, 105 kilos. Tommy coming out next, 107.5 kilos on this bench press. If you remember, Tommy had some very, very exciting squats. So hopefully he continues the fun here on bench. Can't really see it, but he is smiling throughout this day. And it's so fun for me to see lifters who are just thoroughly enjoying what they do here.
Very nice attempt.
Three white lights for Tommy. Coming out for that same weight, Caden, 107.5 kilos. It's about 236 pounds right here.
Yeah, one other thing I'd like to highlight just of the bench press is we see the variability of technique, but there is something to be said about, I mean, just the I guess, the optimal technique that we see, right? Like the max grip, high arch, right? A lot of lifters are trying to achieve those sort of very efficient techniques, and that's what we want, right? It's striking that balance between getting physically strong and being able to just move absolute weight, but also learning our body and moving within that body, right? The best powerlifters are not the ones that are just brutally strong and aren't just the ones that are technically efficient. It's the people that can strike the balance between the two.
Yeah, having the ability to produce a whole lot of force, but also the skill and technique to not leak any of that energy that you've spent all this time in training and doing your accessories and things like that. It's important that you do have the capacity to build up more of your force generation ability, but you want to make sure that you're not generating so much force that it's pulling you out of position or causing you to leak energy into other places.
Yeah, we saw in this last attempt with Brendan, he just jumped that rack command, so our first miss for this flight. Again, very simple issue to fix. He did go up 2.5 kilos, and it's something that, again, a technical failure, something where if you just haven't trained with commands or aren't used to it, first meet, or just the nerves of it, right? There are a lot of reasons as to why maybe a lifter might have missed a command, but again, not a strength issue for Brendan.
Yeah. Very nice control for Casper.
3 white lights. Taking the same weight, 115 kilos. This is 253 pounds. 2 attempts left for our opening bench presses.
Yeah, we have Nick coming out here for, again, 115 kilos. And then we'll have one more person coming out for 120 kilos. That nice, and without the collars themselves are 5 kilos themselves. But at your local powerlifting gym with some normal clips, that would be a 2-plate bench press, 2 reds. Nick, 3 white lights on that bench press.
Now moving on to our last bench press of this flight for our opening flight, 120 kilos, 264 pounds.
One of the things that our audience might be wondering about is why we use kilos instead of pounds. And that's because powerlifting as a sport is an international sport. And so we want to make sure that the rest of the world is also able to compare themselves, to our weights and things like that. Our lifters in Powerlifting America that compete at nationals have the opportunity to attend world's competitions where everything is done in kilos. And as much as America wants to pretend that, we are the biggest and strongest, there are some other countries around the world that are equally strong and deserving of having their weights represented as well. So because of the transferability of the sport across the world, we use these kilo conversions.
And I think what I really want to highlight is, now that you mentioned worlds and now that you kind of open up that door, that conversation, I'm pretty sure lifters are lifting in the second session tomorrow, or even our lifters lifting, in any of these sessions, right? They're lifters that are kind of trying to run the gauntlet. And what I mean by that is they're going to qualify, compete at a local meet, then they'll go to nationals later this season. And after competing at nationals, whether it be collegiate nationals, age division nationals, open nationals, equipped, or whatever nationals is suited for them in their division, they're going to then try to win nationals and represent Team USA. So I highly predict that there's at least a few lifters here, if not one, that is probably going to be representing Team USA later years down the road.
And that's incredible. We love seeing our lifters start from, these collegiate teams and really grow through the sport and end up, representing the USA on the world stage. And what an honor that must be to do that, and it's cool that we have opportunities to do that as a collegiate lifter as well. So some of our collegiate lifters might have opportunities to go and compete at junior worlds and things like that to represent the U.S. at under 23 years old.
Yeah, I mean, we also got university nationals coming up too. So there is, the IPF does have a platform for that. So that's, again, really good opportunities for lifters to step on the stage.
And step on a stage at a high level and with meets that are going to be continuing to produce high level quality meets in terms of the live stream and things like that. A really good opportunity for these lifters to get their face out there. Powerlifting is starting to have some people wanting to give sponsorships and things like that. So there is slowly starting to become the ability for some of our lifters to make money in powerlifting, not just competing, but also being sponsored athletes, having scholarships if you're a collegiate athlete. Now that NIL deals are a thing in college, some of our powerlifters might be getting, deals like that. And so the more that we encourage and highlight these collegiate lifters and things like that, the more opportunities we create. Just the sport, I think, is going to continue to grow. And I'm so excited for, 10 years from now what this sport looks like. Mason coming out here, taking a 7.5 kilo jump on bench. 107.5 kilos here.
Very nice attempt.
Yes, very solid. And again, our spotters and loaders are doing such a phenomenal job at just keeping this meet running fast and efficiently. We are moving through this very quickly, and I'm sure our audience appreciates it, our lifters appreciate it, just to make sure that as much as we want to be here and enjoy this environment, there's an intensity in the room at every powerlifting meet that by the end of the day does just, it's a long day for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, once everyone gets caffeinated, once everybody starts getting some meals under them, I mean, these second sessions, and once we actually get started with deadlifts, this room explodes. So
yeah.
I'm very excited to see how the environment and the whole ambiance of the competition changes. And I mean, we're not going to exclude anybody watching from the live stream. So if you guys are watching the live stream from home, let us know in the chat who you guys are supporting, who you guys want to win. Where are you guys watching from? Just let us know a little bit more about who's watching.
Come interact with us. We want to talk to y'all too. Hang out with us, chat. Chris moving very nice on that bench press. 10 kilo jump, 3 white lights. Brendan coming out. Brendan did miss his opener, so took just a small jump here.
Again, simple error, just jump that rack command at the very end of the lift. So just needs to hold out that bench press at the top once he's done.
Yeah, and assuming he cleans this up.
Looks good. Looks good. I heard that rack command, so he gets 3 white lights there. Yep.
I was thinking that he might take a little bit more of an aggressive jump from his second to his third, but given how that moved, he'll probably keep it nice and conservative on that one.
Yeah, I think that was appropriate. I think we saw a little bit of shaking in the elbows and not necessarily a sticking point, but just the slowness of the bar speed. So that was I think that's appropriate attempt.
Yeah. Paul coming out next, 115 kilos is on this next one. Our 83 kilo class. Come on, Paul. Let me get some W's in the chat for our 5W lifters for Paul. Very nice bench press.
There you go. Jumps up with excitement. He knows that was easy.
Yeah.
That's a very very interesting, not interesting, but just aggressive attempt selection there. I mean, 10 kilos is really not something we see all too common, especially for lifters in these weight ranges. I mean, that is a more on the aggressive end of bench presses. Normally we see a 5 to 7, but 10 kilos, that just kind of goes to show that that lifter's feeling strong and that weight is moving.
Yeah, that clearly must have been a plan A, reach lift that based on how his opener moved. You see that he took a 5 kilo jump from his second to his third, which is more in that standard range.
Again, very technical lift there for Tommy.
The amount of control on that lift was just so impressive. 2-1 on that one. Gets a call from the left side judge. Looks like on a technicality of some sort. Caden coming out next, 117.5 kilos.
Very long way up and long way down, but Caden secures 117.5.
Another 10-kilo jump there. I will say, these are some pretty aggressive jumps from our collegiate lifters.
I think this is now when people are going to start ramping up a little bit of the intensity. Again, we're not trying to chase here, but a lot of lifters are really concerned about building the total and maximizing the amount of kilos they can secure from the bench press. One really, really good way I like to phrase it is 2.5 more kilos that you bench is 2.5 kilos less that you have to deadlift. So when it comes down to jockeying for position, when it comes to finding out exactly what I can total, I mean, if you can go 3 for 3 on the deadlift, that's really, really going to set you up for a fantastic deadlift session, knowing well that you executed it and got as much as you can out of the prior 6 lifts.
Yeah. We have Casper coming out next, taking 125 kilos here, 275-pound bench right now. As a 74-kilo lifter, that is a huge bench press. Two plates and a 25 right here at your local gym. This is really starting to turn heads.
Yeah. And I think at this body weight too, Casper weighs 74 kilos. He actually weighed in at 69, so he's about 155 pounds. Wow.
Very nice. Probably only will take a small jump after that one, but really so impressive just to see that move the way that it did. Vincent also taking 125. Also in the 74-kilo weight class. Wow. What is it with these 74s today?
Yeah,
Having the biggest
I know.
benches in the weight class or in the flight.
Yeah, that's something very, very impressive there. But we're now moving along to our third bench press attempt. So these are the last lifts these lifters will be lifting before we see them again back for the deadlift attempts. So I mean, these are what matters. And looking at the consistency of these lifts, I'm knocking on the wood next to me, all the wood, right? But we only had one missed lift this entire flight, so let's hope it stays that way.
Push it. There we go. Fight, fight, fight.
There we go.
Finish
Come on,
it.
finish it, finish it, finish
Get that
it.
left arm.
So he finished that lift, but I'm pretty sure I saw some downward motion.
Yep. Yeah, I saw it too. It is okay for your arms to lock out at different times, but what ends up happening a lot of the times when your arms lock out at different times is that by you locking out one of your arms, the other one kind of naturally falls a little bit. So oftentimes it leads to that no call, but it's technically not against the rules, but he just was not quite able to get that timing down.
Solid attempt there by
Yeah.
Mason.
Very good attempt on that one. I think a good call from his coach. Coming out next, Liam, 105 kilos.
I think because statistically, your third bench press attempt will always be the most missed lift out of all of powerlifting across all divisions. I think your third attempt bench really kind of goes to show the level of coaching and the level of skill both the coach and the athlete possess in being able to kind of hit their third bench, because that's really where you got to check your ego, right? Know how much do you exactly have in the tank, how much more can you push, and really trying to squeeze out as much as you can without getting greedy.
Yeah, and I think Liam on that one was a good example of it. 102.5, I think probably would have been there, but 105 looked like he just ran out of gas a little bit towards the end. And hopefully the 2.5 kilo difference that he could have secured there doesn't come back to bite him. But still finishing the day with a 100 kilo bench press as a 74 kilo lifter, absolutely we will take that.
We got Roman coming up next, also attempting 105 kilos. He also took 100 kilos as his second attempt weight, and he is in the 74 kilo weight class.
Fight for it.
There we go.
Can he grind? Oh, just not quite there.
I also saw that buck starting to
Yeah,
come off the bench.
I
so,
saw that
yeah, it's
too.
just kind of one of that last effort. I mean, if they trying to fool the judges, if you want to call it that, but still a good effort.
Yeah, the instinct to raise your butt up there and try to wiggle your way to being able to finish it, I understand it, but looks like it just wasn't quite there on that one. But again, he is having a phenomenal day as well. Mason coming out next, 115 kilos, 2 for 2 on bench so far, so hoping to go 3 for 3.
Yeah, and this is one of those lifts where, like, no matter how hard you push, sometimes your body just can't just it's just a little too much on the day.
Yeah, the positioning and how small the muscles are that are trying to force their way through some of these positions, just it really, really is hard to have, your delt, which is such a relatively small muscle comparatively, trying to get itself back into a good position. Brendan, a little wobbly on that one. 115, wasn't able to grind his way through it, but still hit his second. Only misses out on 2.5 kilos on that one. Just looked like something was, not feeling the tightest in his elbows, and that happens.
Yeah, and I'm gonna keep my mouth shut because I think I just cursed this whole flight talking about statistically.
Oh my goodness!
The third bench misses. Hopefully we can break this chain soon.
Hey. Anybody watching, don't blame me. It was all Kevin. Please.
There we go. Come on, please.
Please. Finish it. Oh, what a grind. Get that left arm.
And that's about as close as an attempt as we'll see there as far as a make. And that is, I mean, that's
2
to 1. That is as close as we'll ever get to a missed lift. I mean, I think that's about its max, right?
Yeah. I would say that is RP 11.
Yeah. I mean, if a feather landed on that bar would not have gone up.
And that's what I was talking about earlier with you can have one of your arms
that uneven
lock
lockout,
out one of your sides, and he did a really good job of just making sure that left arm didn't fall at all, even though the right arm was locked out already. A 10-kilo jump here for Justin.
Wow.
Very rare to see on a third attempt bench.
And no way, picking up 22.5 kilos on the bench press attempt. That's unheard of. That is 105, 120, super heavyweight sort of lifting.
Yeah,
there
I mean, he is our lifter who took the 20-kilo jumps, or the 20-kilo jump on squats, but, still, I think more impressive than the 20 kilo jump on squats is this 10 kilo jump on bench. Paul coming out. He was fired up. Push. Oh,
Just a little bit too much for him there, but still walks away with 115 kilos. I mean, again, it's bench press. You're not moving as much weight, so proportionately, you're not losing a whole lot on your total.
yeah. And it looks like on that one, his wrist kind of fell back a little bit, and recovering from that wrist falling is nearly impossible. So, it might have been just a technical thing on that one. Getting to these third attempt benches and the amount of mental energy that it takes to really be focused on bench, for this long, just eventually wears down. Come on, Caden.
We see that consistent, almost like it's gears, right? Like he's kind of inching towards that lockout position. That's one of the interesting parts about bench presses. Either they're very technical, that bar moves so fluidly. I think you got called 2-to-1, no lift. So that might have been like a butt or downward motion even, but maybe. I'm not sure exactly what it might have been called for. But just some of these lifters move either just like a fluid movement, have a very hard sticking point, or it almost looks like a robot where like you're switching into different gears as you finish and you go through that range of motion.
Yeah, I've experienced both ends of that, of like having to like fight, stop, but also having some of those lifts that are like really, really smooth. And anytime that I am able to really smooth out my lifts and have that nice smooth lift, really is when my technique feels the best. So as a lifter, trying my best, that's what we were talking about with technique, right? Of just being confident and feeling like your movement patterns are smooth is so, so important in this sport.
And how about a attempt for Casper being able to secure that 3-for-3 130 kilo bench press as a 74 kilo lifter?
Yeah. And our duo of 74 kilo lifters hitting 130. They're taking the same weights on this third. Fights for it, pushes it. Let's see what the judges say. There might have been a...
Yeah, I think either he... I don't think I ever heard a press command, but I think that rack command was also a little preemptive.
Yeah, and there might have been
some downward
motion right there too. Yeah, so a very impressive lift for him to stick with it, finish the rep. It's definitely a mental win in that aspect, but just not quite able to secure it in terms of it counting for this competition.
So we are now down to our last lifter of this flight, Nick, who was taking 130 kilos, third time here.
Very nice.
Attempt. Good one, good lift.
And his arch was very, very impressive on that one.
Man, we are moving so fast. We are now on our third flight for the bench press session. We're going to start with Merrick, who is taking us to 92.5 kilos.
Looking at some of these openers, just for this flight, we are going to see some pretty big benches by our third attempts.
Yeah, we see some 300-pound openers in this flight. That's going to be really nice to see. Again, easy bench presses. We're in the opener, so we're slowing things down a little bit, just letting these lifters get on the board and hit their openers. We see a little forecasted view here of the men's top 10. As our lifters are finishing out their bench presses, we are now counting their squats and their bench press sessions and looking at the forecasted placings for this. Right now we have Travis, Kim, Diego, and Jordan, who are the top 3 in the men's, and then we have Locke and Casper, who round out the top 5. So, I mean, a very tight spread between everybody. I mean, right now it's too early to call anything.
Right, and looking at the 5 through 10 here, there's only a 5-point good lift difference between 5 to 10, and
Insane.
between 3 to 8, there's only 5 points as well. So this really is going to come down to made or missed lifts.
That's one attempt, right?
Yeah.
That's one attempt that can cost you the competition. And same here for the women's top 10. We see Layla, Emma, and then Savannah, who are in that top 3 position, and then Daisy and Hannah kind of rounding out that top 5. And again, we see fairly tight spreads in those top 5, top 10 rankings.
Yeah, Jordan is one made lift away from maybe even second already.
Yeah.
And so that's how quickly some of these things can change based off of missed lifts, or, you know, if someone takes a big jump or anything like that. Team lead wise, looks like UIC is currently in the lead, averaging 71.5 good lift points. But all of our schools are very, very close, very, very tight in this race. So this is something that is very interesting to see. I don't think I've ever seen a graphic like this where we're seeing this team leader first place ranking. And so this is really, really cool to see in powerlifting, just building up that sort of identity of I am a powerlifter at this place.
Yeah, we have University of Cincinnati, Marquette University, University of Chicago, and then Northwestern that are kind of rounding out those top 5 positions for our universities. We still have plenty of lifting left to go. Again, this is only showcasing half of our collegiate team. We have our primetime session that'll start at
3
p.m. Yeah, and then at that point, then we'll showcase literally some of the best of the best. And not to say that these are not part of that grouping. I mean, we have so much lifting left to go.
Yeah. Benjamin coming out next, 115 kilogram bench press opener.
Three white lights there. Moving on to Andrew, 117.5 kilos.
Yeah, and looking at Andrew's day that he's having so far, one of the things that is very impressive, sort of talking to him and seeing his training, is he actually had a back tweak just about a month ago. And he was considering dropping out of this meet. And for him to show up, still compete, and for this to be his first competition ever, to have struggled with an injury through prep and still come out and put together what is so far a really good day, just speaks volumes to the type of lifters that our collegiate, teams are producing.
We got Kenneth coming up, 120 kilos, 264 pounds.
Music in here is getting wild.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it now.
One thing that excites me the most, especially also coming from a collegiate scene, I graduated from DePaul and I started the club there. But one of the best things that we got to witness there was being able to kind of see the evolution of lifters from experience level, their strength, and also their involvement in powerlifting, going from like their freshman year, first year. You're kind of getting into the sport, getting your toes wet, wondering if this is for you. And then once you kind of get hooked into powerlifting, which I believe most of us here who are doing this sport, we kind of had that first meet and then we're like, man, I love this sport. I want to keep doing it. And then we just kind of go meet after meet. We start volunteering. We start doing all sorts of things, reffing, commentating, working in media, dipping our toes in other areas, wearing many hats. I think that's one of the beauties in being able to kind of see the evolution some of these lifters take when it comes to their powerlifting journeys.
Yeah, there's a very large, presence of people who compete in powerlifting, but then will take their strengths from outside of the sport, like their ability to do graphic design, do media, and things like that, that also then come back and contribute to the sport in a way that's, meaningful outside of just being on the platform as an athlete.
You got Locke coming up next, 135 kilos. This is just shy of 300 pounds. So we're getting into some pretty hefty benches here. About to see some 3-plate dates.
Yes. Getting up there just on openers too. So we have second attempts already starting to come in, and we have a couple that are going to be, pushing us into those 300s even sooner on this next round. So excited to see how, we've had a lot of aggressive jumpers in this meet as well. So hopefully one of these last couple of people is one of them too, and we can see someone take something crazy on bench. If not during this session, we certainly will in the afternoon see some people benching, 3 to maybe even 400-pound benchers in this afternoon. Xavier coming out next, 135 kilos, 297 pounds. For those who want to use freedom units. That was very explosive on that bench. Something that we see, you'll notice that some lifters will have the head spotter come and give them what's called a liftoff to help them get the bench press out of the rack and into place over their chest in a way that is more comfortable and allows them to stay in position. Right now we see Victor coming out here is going to do what is called a self-unrack. So he unracked it himself, but we'll see some other lifters choose to get a lift off from that head spotter somewhere else in the flight. It really is just a personal preference thing. Some lifters will do it as a way of trying to conserve as much energy as they can.
Yeah, and you bring up a really good point when it comes to personal preference. There is no right way to lift. There is no right way as far as unracking, position, all those things. So an individual lifter is going to find out what works best for them, what works best for their technique. Their coach is going to be able to kind of troubleshoot and see if this sort of strategy, approach, methodology, just mindset even, is right and suited for that lifter. So that's, again, the beauty that goes into powerlifting, with the ability to be able to express your individuality all while performing the same lift as your opponents.
Yeah, and I think that's really the importance of finding a good coach and finding a coach that works well with you. It's because powerlifting is so individualized. Even someone that on the surface may look like they have similar proportions and things like that, because of some of those internal things like your hip joint that we can't see, how every individual moves is going to be very, very different. So it really takes a coach being willing to sit down with you and being patient with you to take the time to figure out, one, your technique, and two, what kind of programming is going to make it so that you can stay in the sport, keep progressing, and stay healthy for the long term.
Yeah, and we just rounded out Travis Kim, who took 145 kilos, 320 pounds as his opening bench. And we're now back to the top of the order with Merrick taking 100 kilos, 220 pounds. Everyone's on the board so far. So
Yeah.
we love to see that.
Very good openers on this session of bench. And we are moving into these seconds. 100 kilos for Merrick. That's that 220 bench right here. Nice and solid. This green color wave of the A7 singlet is very interesting. It gives me like alien vibes almost. Throwback to trying to rush Area 57. I'm just saying, if all of us were powerlifters trying to invade Area 57, they really couldn't have stopped us all. Patrick is coming out here for 107.5 kilos, which is only a 2.5 kilo jump. Pretty conservative on this second attempt. And
Nice
I think
attempt.
a good call there.
Yep. You can noticeably tell it was a little bit of work, but it wasn't enough to completely empty out the tank. So there's a little bit room left there for their coach to either go up 5 or 2.5. I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 2.5, I think he can definitely secure that, should be able to secure that, keep adding to his total on that one. 10 kilo jump for Jawad, 110 kilos here, 242 pounds.
Nice attempt there. Very easy.
Very strong, very smooth.
And I think there's something to be said about the momentum you build when you hit lifts. Oftentimes people want to shoot for the absolute most, squeeze out every single kilo they got in the tank, but then they end up tipping over and missing a lift, right? But something needs to be said about the consistency in being able to hit every lift, go 3 for 3 on the squat, 3 for 3 on the bench, and that does something to you mindset-wise.
Yeah.
It does something to you in knowing that you built the confidence, the consistency in being able to execute. And when it really comes down to pulling for the win, this is when it shows out, knowing that you have the reliability in knowing that you can hit your lifts. And also as a coach, right?
Yeah.
As a coach, you want your athletes to not only hit their lifts, but be able to trust them in when they tell you, hey, coach, I know I can do this. And them executing and them showing you in the past that they have been able to execute really kind of reassures you in the whole moment.
Yeah, and that's what makes that coach-client relationship so important, is because sometimes as an athlete, you'll be like, coach, I swear I can do this. But if you haven't shown it to them in training, it's really hard for a coach to be like, yeah, I want you to full send this, because the worst thing that could happen is you get injured. And an injury is going to set you back in the sport so much more than you taking 5 kilos off your squat. Benjamin with a very nice bench, 3 white lights on that one, 122.5 kilos. Andrew also coming out, same weight, 122.5 kilos.
Very
It's
nice
so
attempt.
explosive off his chest. Almost just looks like it floated off his chest. Same weight here for Kenneth, 122.5 kilos as well.
Very smooth attempt there. We see a little bit of a imbalance there with the bar kind of swaying side to side, but doesn't seem to have phased them and picks up that 3 white lights.
Yep. Going to Samuel for this next attempt, 137.5 kilos. Breaking just over into that 300-pound bench press. 303 on the bar right here.
I think just digging into the mindset a little bit about the difference approach some of these flight session 1 lifters are going to have in session 2 is we have divisions that are kind of split in 2, right? These 93s, these 105s, 83s, they are split in half, right? We have the primetime lifters who are coming in with a higher nominated total, lifting in the second session, and session 1 lifters who might have not had either the highest total coming into the meet, or it might be their first competition. They're lifting in the morning. So the mindset difference might be, if you're lifting in session 1, I want to put up the highest possible total I can while maintaining a 9 for 9 consistency and not risk losing any kilos, because I'm going against people who I'm not even being able to see what they're attempting, what their openers are, right? So I'm trying to score as high of a possible total as I can, and just hope and pray that the session 2 lifters won't be able to catch me, won't be able to exceed me. And that's sort of a mindset and almost a game you play in powerlifting when you are competing against somebody but not in the same session. You're trying to put up the highest total you can and then hope nobody beats that. And then for the session 2 lifters, they're at the advantage, right? Let's just put it simply that way. They can see what everybody else has done, and they will be able to see, okay, this is exactly what I need to hit in order to win, in order to place, in order to beat this other lifter.
Yeah, and I kind of view that as almost like the equivalent of like in other sports, like getting to the playoffs and having a home field advantage, right?
Mm-hmm.
These lifters who are competing in our afternoon session have put in the work to, qualify for this afternoon session. So they are being rewarded with a little bit more. All it is information, right? There's no real, there's a strategic benefit, but there's no muscular benefit to being in the afternoon, really. And in fact, some of the lifters that I've talked to that do compete in prime times will actually say they prefer to compete in morning sessions because of the delay of weigh-ins, making it so that they are like sitting here in the middle of their cut till noon for weigh-ins, being hungry and cranky all day, whereas our morning session lifters, they wake up, they weigh in, and then they can immediately eat and start refueling themselves. And so there is a little bit of a balance, but yeah, in general, that afternoon session does have that advantage of just knowing exactly what you need to load.
And I know lifters that simply just don't look at the scoreboard at all, right? There's
Yeah.
lifters that just come in, lift, and that's it. They got a coach that worries about all that. But then there's the lifters. For me, I'm in this other camp where I gotta look at the numbers. I gotta see where I'm at. Usually because sometimes I handle myself, but
Yeah.
also because I just like it. I enjoy it. I enjoy that part of the sport. And there's lifters that simply are just not going to play into the whole game. They're not gonna wanna see what their other competitors are doing. And then there's lifters that are gonna want to try to actively beat other lifters and see what is this person totaling. Let me exceed that. While others are I'm just here to have fun. I'm just here to total what I can total, and each approach is different. There's no right way to go about it. It's a sport, so at the end of the day, we are competing against one another.
Yeah, and I think that's the really cool thing about the sport is everyone can enter it with a different intention in mind. Some people are entering the sport just to hit PRs and be better than themselves yesterday, but some people are in the sport to be competitive and to try to be the best in the world. So there really is a space for whatever your goal is within the sport.
We had a missed attempt there for Victor. He just jumped the rack command. He took a 15-kilo jump, which is insane on its own, but he just preemptively racked that bar. So he'll be looking to just go up at 2.5 kilos, as we see here on the third attempt.
We do see Diego is also taking a 15-kilo jump on his bench, exactly the same numbers as Victor. So see how he does with this one.
Diego is notorious for taking those big jumps, as we saw in the squat, covering about 40 kilos of ground there. Picked up 15 kilos on the bench press, though. Diego is currently with the highest total out of the whole competition, so we'll see how he fends off everyone else and how his position holds up for prime time.
Yeah, and you can see if you go on to Lifting Cast now that we are starting to see the subtotals get filled in on the side. That subtotal is the combination just of squat and bench. So of the completed lifts so far, that is what everyone's total is as of now before we move into these deadlifts. So that's why you see it as in the 3s and 400s. And you'll see as deadlifts fill in, we'll start to see those numbers just make one last big jump up into where we see what the projected and forecasted totals are. Patrick Hastings coming out next for his third attempt of bench press. After this third attempt, after all of these third attempts, we will have a 10-minute break before we move on to deadlifts. But we have some pretty big benches coming up.
I'm very excited
to finish things off. Come on, fight, fight, fight.
Just a little bit too much on the day there, Patrick.
Yeah.
Missing both his third attempts. Hopefully, he's able to get a 3-for-3 performance in the deadlift. But, I mean, he only misses out on 5 kilos, which isn't a whole lot. But we'll see how his total and his placing among the competitors fares out after that performance.
Yeah. And early in the sport, too, for me, as I got into the sport at first, I was one of those lifters who really didn't care too much about, the competitiveness or like trying to place at my first couple of meets, just for the pure fact of trying to beat myself and put together a better total meet after meet. So, Patrick might be in a similar boat as I was of he's taking, weights that are pretty heavy for his second attempts and is saying that his thirds are going to be those reach attempts. And those reach attempts, those are tough and it's a hit or miss thing, but hopefully he does get that third attempt deadlift. There you go, Jawad.
Yeah, very nice attempt. And we got a bit of some Jawad fans in the chat here. Jawad, 3 white lights. And there we go. He got those 3 whites. And honestly, a very good performance. He's going 6 for 6. And that's probably the best case scenario you want right now is building that momentum and just knowing going into deadlifts that I have not missed any lift. I'm perfect in this meet, and I'm just here to have fun.
Yeah, the confidence and momentum building that comes with knowing that you've hit everything up to this point and knowing that, I am executing, and just the confidence that comes with knowing that you are technically sound on a day and knowing that you have one last time to show that technique.
I just kind of got that sticking point there. Benjamin wasn't able to pull through.
I really thought he was going to keep it moving. It looked like he just needed a little bit more to kind of get through what looked like that sticking point.
That's a very high sticking point. Usually lifters have sticky points just kind of coming off the chest or in that mid-range portion. It looked like Ben was just kind of struggling getting those last elbows locked out, those last few inches. So
that's one of those things that happens with those longer limbed lifters is because they're pushing for so long that
you just
sort of
run out of
inertia
gas.
and momentum like has to keep you going through the top, and it's tough. There you go, Kenneth.
Able to push through with it. Secures 127.5. Also stay with 127.5. Brian, also one of our lifters that can go 6 for 6 if successful with this lift.
Yeah. Brian is doing a good job of also communicating with this head spotter how he wants his liftoff done. If you are going to ask the spotter for a handoff, it's important that you communicate exactly how you want it done, because in a meet, this head spotter is going to be giving handoffs to everyone who is competing, unlike some other federations where you can have your coach give you your liftoff, so there's that comfortability. In this federation, we like to have it standardized so that everyone is getting a consistently good liftoff. And to ensure that, it's important that you are communicating with that spotter so that they know exactly how you want it handed to you. Andrew coming out for 130 kilos here. 7.5 kilo jump on this bench press. Fight. Oh.
It's like that 0 to 100 and then 100 back to 0.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, that's really thankful for our spotters and loaders. I mean, you can just kind of tell the experience there and then being able to kind of catch the bar. But let's kind of talk about that miss, right? How sometimes our bench press tends to be like it's fast and it moves until it's not, right?
Yeah.
We see lifters grind out those lifts, but in this case, it just press, and then just, no, the body just doesn't have it, and then tank's empty.
And one of the things that tends to happen with that bench press is the explosion that you're generating off of your chest needs to eventually get turned into force through your arms, triceps, and shoulders. And if you're not doing a good job of maintaining that tension through that explosion off your chest, you can kind of get caught off guard by the weight all of a sudden stop it. Very good job from Samuel on that one. Just taking 2.5 kilos, just securing a little bit more on his total there.
So now with 150 on the bar, this is 330 pounds. So this is above 3 plates. So if you see people at your gym benching over 3 plates, I mean, these are the guys here.
Yeah. And he just looks like he benches more than 3 plates.
Yeah.
Look at him barely fitting on the bench. That's a big boy right there.
Yeah, I mean, even just as a 93 kilo lifter, we're seeing already some big frames coming out of these lifters.
What are they feeding college kids nowadays? Them dining plans
dining
must
hall
be
food,
nice. Yeah. I just missed the access of dining hall food. It wasn't the best, but I could get food that I didn't have to cook at all times.
Let's go, Xavier.
What a fight. That was incredible.
You could just kind of see how his lockout was just kind of one arm after the other, locking out gear after gear. That's a really, really impressive bench press grind.
Yeah, just being able to stick through with those wobbly elbows at times and things like that is just, it's so easy to come out of position and just have that twitch be one tick too far that just pulls your elbow out of position to not be able to finish it. But he did a wonderful job sticking with it. Lock coming out 155 kilos, another 10-kilo jump on this bench.
And we're down to 4 bench presses remaining in this session. So we're moving fast. It is 12:23 right now, and this is moving.
And deadlifts tend to be a pretty quick lift because we don't have to adjust rack heights or anything like that. We do have to, change the weights on the bar, and that takes some time, but we are going to make some pretty good progress and get ourselves out of here. Have a nice lunch, have a nice break before this prime time session.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lock here.
Just a little bit too much. Just kind of was able to get it off the chest. Just didn't have any more room left in the tank.
Yeah. And these, like we said, these third attempt benches are the most commonly missed lift across all of powerlifting, across genders, across weight classes. Trying to finish off these third benches, these last 3 people. Hopefully we can get some completed benches to finish off this session.
Yeah, Flight C is executing very well on these third bench presses. Not a whole lot of misses. Yeah, beautiful execution by Travis.
Nice. 2 white lights. Good lift on that one.
Yeah, and he goes 6 for 6. So just kind of, again, feeding into that momentum that you're taking into the deadlift. That's really, really good.
Yeah, and Victor did miss his second for jumping the rack command. Still goes up 2.5 kilos here. Hopefully this doesn't bite him in the butt, because if he misses this, he's all the way back down to only having 140 kilos on bench.
And it plays out well in his favor. It was risky, I'm not going to lie. I had a few doubts on the way up.
Yeah, I was terrified.
Yeah, but he secures 157.5, and going from 140 to 157.5, picking up 17.5 kilos in the bench press. That's something not everybody does.
Yeah, and to do it risky, that man has ice in his veins.
And now for our final bench press of this morning session, we have Diego taking 160 kilos. This is 352 pounds for you American folks. But this is our final bench press, and to be benching in the 350 range as a 93 kilo college athlete, that's some weight.
Yeah, I think Diego is truly putting together a performance that's going to have some eyes on him for those university nationals and things like that in the future.
Yeah,
He is putting together a special day today.
Absolutely, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing Diego's name pop up as we see the placings, even during the primetime session,
Yeah.
knowing that he's able to execute and is putting up such high of a total. So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our bench press portion of the morning session of the competition. We have our top 10 men in the placings, and going into the top 3, we have Diego, who we just saw bench 160 kilos, followed by Travis and then Locke, and then Xavier and Casper just kind of shy out of that podium in the top 5. So we're seeing a really nice spread here, but I mean, talk about a little bit of the proximity a lot of these IPF good lift points are between one another.
Yeah, so we see that even Jordan at 10th place is only 5 good lift points out of the top 3.
Oh, that's
and then
insane.
another few points away from being number 1.
Yeah.
So that really could, if Jordan is a big deadlifter, might move him up the standards. And that's true of anyone on here. So deadlifts really are going to be do or die. Like
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
is really going to come down to final attempt deadlifts and who is able to pull through in the end.
Yeah, and then moving over to the top 10 women, we saw Layla, Emma, and then Hannah rounding out that top 3. But then just shy out of that top 3 podium, we have Savannah and Daisy. That's remained pretty consistent in the bench press portion. But again, we have these ladies who are not so spread out apart between them. We see Layla, who leads the pack with 46 good lift points. I mean, it goes all the way down to top 6 with Jordan, who are just within around 10 good lift points beyond that. So we don't know what these ladies are have in store for their deadlift. So again, this only takes into account their bench press and their squats. So plenty of lifting left to go. And with that, folks, that concludes our bench press portion. We're going to take another 10-minute intermission while our platform crew sets up for the deadlift portion. My name is Kevin.
I'm Isaiah. Make sure that you come back. You are not going to want to miss deadlifts.
We'll see you all in 10 minutes. Thank you.
See ya.
I'm here with my guy Brian. He's a sales director for Math Science. We've been working together for what, 2 years?
2 years and counting.
2 years and counting.
Let's go.
This is, I believe it's a hoodie.
Hoodie.
So Brian, why don't you tell the audience what makes this hoodie special?
It's just heavier. Right now, everyone's trying to get heavier, more premium options. So there's different price points. We looked at, hey, here's a regular hoodie. Here's one that's a little bit better, which you've used in the past.
Yeah.
And then this is a brand new one that it's like, hey, this is way more fashion forward.
Yeah.
It's heavier. It feels really good. And everyone that we've shown it to absolutely loves it.
I agree, man.
Yeah.
This looks super modernized. And right now it's getting cold and cold in Chicago. So
Yeah.
I'm sure it's definitely
So
the hoodie to go.
It's a little bit oversized. You can see like drop shoulders. There's no drawstrings, so it's more like urban, more fashion forward. Raglan sleeves, and then it's French terry on the inside.
Yeah.
So it just has really good weight to it. And let's look at the shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, right here.
Same thing with the shirt. This is a heavier option. There's like a standard option. You've used other brands in the past. You've used this one a lot too.
Yeah, I've used this one a lot, yeah.
This is a heavier option, oversized, drop shoulders, slightly cropped. Again, this is probably like our #1 shirt when people want, hey, I want a fashion forward shirt. I want to spend a little bit more money. This is the way to go. And
Yeah.
then you guys tag them on the inside, so private
Yep.
label tags. Yeah. And
Yeah.
then that's this year's design.
Yeah, the horse shirt.
Yeah.
We'll be dropping this in January most likely. But for now, just appreciate you again.
Yeah.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm happy, man. Thank
Let's
you.
go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pursue. It looks different for all of us, but underneath, it's the same. The same silence, the same struggle, the same choice. You wake up with it. You feel it when you're alone. And when it's hard to keep going, you do it anyway. It's not about the destination. It's about who you become in order to get there. And some of us found it in the gym, some on the road, some under the bar, or behind the back. A version of ourselves that holds under pressure, earned through repetition. It's not loud. There's no celebration. Just small moments, repeated and earned. You don't have to get it. Not everyone does. But if you do, you know what it means to keep showing up. Hour after hour, when no one is watching. And that's the pursuit.
Fear. Fear is rooted in doubt. Doubt in myself. Am I strong enough to endure this? Do I have the unshaken will to walk the path I've chosen? The moment I doubt my will, fear creeps in, trying to conquer me, to enslave me. Doubt must be slain, and with it, fear. My will must then be shaken, doubtless. No fear.
I'm here with my guy Brian. He's a sales director for Mass Science. We've been working together for what, 2 years?
2 years and counting.
2 years and counting.
Let's go.
This is, I believe it's a hoodie.
Hoodie.
So Brian, why don't you tell the audience what made this hoodie special?
It's just heavier. Right now, everyone's trying to get heavier, more premium options. So there's different price points. We looked at, hey, here's a regular hoodie. Here's one that's a little bit better, which you've used in the past.
Yeah.
And then this is a brand new one that it's like, hey, this is way more fashion forward.
Yeah.
It's heavier. It feels really good. And everyone that we've shown it to absolutely loves it.
I agree, man.
Yeah.
This looks super modernized. And right now it's getting cold and cold in Chicago. So
Yeah.
I'm sure it's definitely
So
the hoodie to go.
It's a little bit oversized. You can see like drop shoulders. There's no drawstrings, so it's more like urban, more fashion forward. Raglan sleeves, and then it's French terry on the inside.
Yeah.
So it just has really good weight to it. And let's look at the shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, right here.
Same thing with the shirt. This is a heavier option. There's like a standard option. You've used other brands in the past. You've used this one a lot too.
Yeah, I've used this one a lot, yeah.
This is a heavier option, oversized, drop shoulders, slightly cropped. Again, this is probably like our #1 shirt when people want, hey, I want a fashion forward shirt. I want to spend a little bit more money. This is the way to go. And
Yeah.
then you guys tag them on the inside, so private
Yep.
label tags. Yeah. And
Yeah.
then that's this year's design.
Yeah, the horse shirt.
Yeah.
We'll be dropping this in January most likely. But for now, just appreciate you again.
Yeah.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm happy, man. Thank
Let's
you.
go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pursuit. It looks different for all of us, but underneath, it's the same. The same silence, the same struggle, the same choice. You wake up with it. You feel it when you're alone. And when it's hard to keep going, you do it anyway. It's not about the destination. It's about who you become in order to get there. And some of us found in the gym, some on the road, some under the bar, or behind the bag. But what we're really chasing is something internal. A version of ourselves that holds under pressure, earned through repetition. It's not loud. There's no celebration. Just small moments, repeated and earned. You don't have to get it. Not everyone does. But if you do, you know what it means to keep showing up. Hour after hour, when no one is watching. And that's the pursuit.
Fear. Fear is rooted in doubt. Doubt in myself. Am I strong enough to endure this? Do I have the unshaken will to walk the path I've chosen? The moment I doubt my will, fear creeps in, trying to conquer me, to enslave me. Doubt must be slain, and with it, fear. My will must then be shaken. Doubtless. No fear.
I'm here with my guy Brian. He's a sales director for Math Science. We've been working together for what? 2 years?
2 years and counting.
2 years and counting.
Let's go.
This is, I believe it's a hoodie.
Hoodie.
So Brian, why don't you tell the audience what makes this hoodie special?
It's just heavier. Right now, everyone's trying to get heavier, more premium options. So there's different price points. We looked at, hey, here's a regular hoodie. Here's one that's a little bit better, which you've used in the past.
Yeah.
And then this is a brand new one that it's like, hey, this is way more fashion forward.
Yeah.
It's heavier. It feels really good. And everyone that we've shown it to absolutely loves it.
I agree, man.
Yeah.
This looks super modernized. And right now it's getting cold and cold in Chicago. So
Yeah.
I'm sure it's definitely
So
the hoodie to go.
It's a little bit oversized. You can see like drop shoulders. There's no drawstrings, so it's more like urban, more fashion forward. Raglan sleeves, and then it's French terry on the inside.
Yeah.
So it just has really good weight to it. And let's look at the shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, right here.
Same thing with the shirt. This is a heavier option. There's like a stand.
Man, I don't know about you, but I'm excited. I'm pumped. We are getting ready to start the deadlift portion of the competition. Again, we are at the Powerlifting America 5W Midwest Collegiate Showdown. This is day one. And we
Only day one.
Yeah, this is only day one, and it feels like it's been forever. But like we've had such exciting lifting over the course of squats and bench going on. But we are getting ready to start the deadlift portion of the competition. And man, when I tell you that this is going to be a very competitive session, not just the primetime session, but this session on its own, I'm excited to see what these lifters have in store. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm so excited. If you are just, joining us or coming back, just to give a quick recap, this meet is so close. All of our lifters really are within a few pounds or a few good lift points of each other, fighting for these top 10 spots. So deadlifts really are going to be do or die for a lot of these lifters trying to get themselves into top 3 placing.
Again, as we recapped in the post-bench intermission, we saw the forecasted placings on good lift points. And now that these lifters are taking their first attempt deadlifts, this will now solidify everyone's total and actually get them on the board so that we can accurately compare everyone's performance over the other. Because before, when we were comparing good lift points, that was just based off of their squat and bench. So that wasn't giving us the full picture. But now that we have openers on the board, we're going to be able to better accurately tell how these lifters are matching up against each other.
Yeah, sort of like the fourth quarter in other games, deadlift really is sort of that fourth quarter. And so really we are going to start to see the final picture of this meet start to come together, and it's going to require a lot of jockeying of positions and being very, very careful of how much are you jumping lift to lift to make sure that you are setting yourself up to have enough energy for a big third deadlift, because you're probably going to need that third deadlift to win this meet.
Yeah, and let's just talk a little bit more about like the powerlifting and deadlift portion. So deadlift, the simple of all lifts, we just have one command, which is the down command. Our lifters are going to come up to the bar, deadlift the bar up, stand up with it, sumo, conventional, whatever stance they elect, and they are going to wait until that chief referee gives them that down signal. They now lower the bar, bring it down to back to the platform, and then they get their white lights. So very simple, very heavy, and we're going to see a lot of lifters, again, start bringing out that aggression, that athlete spirit once we actually get down to the third deadlift part attempts.
Yeah, and with the deadlift, more than the other two, because there's only that one command, it is pretty. Lifters are pretty able to be very explosive on their deadlifts. So we are going to see some of our lifters just absolutely yeet this weight off the ground, and it's going to be really cool to watch. Lifters do have the choice of using two different stances on these deadlifts. They can choose either a sumo stance with their feet out wide and their hands inside of their feet, or like we see here from Anna, a conventional deadlift where your feet are in closer and your hands are outside of your feet.
Huge shout out to Johnny right here. We have his girlfriend watching him on the live stream. So we're very, very happy to see our family, friends, community, everyone from the live stream tuning in and being able to kind of watch these lifters just give it their all in the platform.
Yes, and if y'all are on that live stream, please make sure that you are really starting to send these shout outs to the lifters. We will make sure to hype them up and let them know that they have audience members cheering for them at home as well. Daisy here with this. This is our sumo deadlift. Very
Snappy. Wow.
Yeah. And that's what we tend to see with these sumo deadlifts. They tend to be, if you are able to break that sumo deadlift off the ground, it tends to be a little bit smoother to lock out, whereas a conventional stance, usually they'll have a little bit easier time off the ground, but might have a sticking point around halfway up. Around when lifters get to their knees is where you'll start to see conventional deadlifters have some of their struggles. Nothing to worry about on these openers, though. Moving pretty quickly through them. Ryan had, I think, a little bit of a bobble on his opener, so he'll come back out and I'm sure lock it in on his next one. But so far, moving along, Savannah coming out next, 125 kilo deadlift opener. Nice and smooth there.
We see a nice and tight matchup between Savannah and Hannah in the 63 kilo weight class, just separated by about 12 and a half kilos right now. So again, we're building up these storylines and being able to kind of see how these lifters are comparing to one another.
Nicholas coming out. Nice sumo deadlift, nice and fast. And you can see how quickly our spotters and loaders are getting to that bar. As soon as the weight is down and settled, our spotters and loaders are ready. The efficiency is incredible.
Yeah, that's the spotting and loading crew from Texas Strength System. So they're coming all the way up here to help out and help this meet be as efficient and as safe as possible. So big shout out to them. Layla taking her time.
Very nice deadlift there.
Yeah, Layla's one of those lifters that's in contention for that top spot right now. She's currently forecasted within the top 3 for IPF Goodlift points.
Yeah, and it's easy to see why. Her lifts are very technical. She does a really good job of setting up, taking her time, and just being patient with the weight. Here we have Jonathan, UChicago Barbell representing. Yeah, you can tell that he has some nice deadlift leverages. Those long arms, the long legs really are what you're looking for on that deadlift.
AJ coming up next, 180 kilos on the bar. One of the only lifters in this flight who is gone 6 for 6 thus far, so he's looking to carry that momentum into the deadlifts. Double overhand hook grip.
Yeah, so what is that that grip that he's using, that hook grip, what is he trying to do there?
Yeah, so there's several different ways to grip the bar. The two most popular are over under or double overhand hook grip. And what double overhand hook grip is essentially you wedging your thumb in between the rest of your fingers and the bar. So that's creating a sort of technical wedge, and it's not a reliance on grip strength, but rather you using your joints to kind of hold the bar together, almost treating your hands as mere hooks. So once that hook grip is solid, that bar is not coming up off your hands. So it's a very interesting technique, allows a lot of lifters to stay very symmetrical and even on the bar, whereas double overhand hook over under grip relies on the counterbalance of the bar. As the bar rolls into one hand versus the other, one of the other hands kind of catches the bar, keeping the bar balanced. So very different styles of gripping the bar, and each one is going to play into individual strengths, and ultimately it comes down to preference. But we're going to see a wide array of techniques executed here in the deadlifts.
Yeah. If you set up your hook grip properly, it is the most secure way to set your hands on the bar. However, it is very easy to mess up, and you can rip the skin on your thumbs and things like that, which causes its own misses. So mixed grip tends to be for the lifters who don't want to have to worry about the technical aspects of their grip, but it introduces an element of you do have to train your grip strength for mixed grip or over under pulling, whereas with that hook grip, once you have that hook grip set and you have that friction there, you should never have to worry about dropping the bar.
And rather painful, I fear.
Yes. If you have a high pain tolerance, hook grip might be for you.
Our second attempt, deadlifts are getting underway. Samantha, very good attempt with 92.5 kilos. Now we got Ryan, who's retaking 105. Again, he had a bit of a bobble, unable to secure that full control of the bar. So retaking that weight, I think that's a smart decision.
Yeah.
Just being able to kind of get something on the board and then being able to take a big jump after that.
Looks a lot better than the first. Three white lights, a good lift. Officially in the meet. Hannah Bishop coming out for her second attempt, taking a 10-kilo jump from her first or second. Conventional deadlifter. I may sound biased here, but I just love a nice conventional deadlift. There's just something so simple and pleasing about it.
Yeah. Biased indeed, because I really love a snappy and very technically proficient sumo deadlift.
I will say, when sumo lifters get everything to click together, there is, in my opinion, nothing cleaner in the sport.
Yeah.
Anna just brute strengthening it up there. 125 kilos on that one.
And one thing to keep in mind as you friends and family and just everyone watching from home, these lifters are not only going against lifters in their division this session, but they got lifters that are competing in the following sessions that are also competing in the same categories. So the lifters in this session, their primary objective is to try to put up the highest possible total to fend off any lifters who are trying to take their spot in the following session. So their objective is to try to hit as many lifts as possible and build a high of a total.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those afternoon lifters, we already know that they are going to be really, really strong too. So it's going to take a incredible performance from these lifters to make it into that. And we have some lifters that I genuinely think are putting together performances that could put them in, at the very least, the top 5, even in that primetime afternoon session.
Yep.
Daisy coming out next, 127.5 kilos, 12.5 kilo jump from her opener. Her opener looked really, really fast. So think she is on today for these deadlifts.
And a local from 5W coming out to us and representing UIC.
Yeah, she is one of the favorites at 5W. When I visited, everyone was just so excited to watch her lift, and
Very nice.
for good reason, clearly. Savannah coming out next. I'm really excited to see Savannah's deadlift and how she progresses after this meet on her deadlift, because if you look, she is built very, very well to be a deadlifter. So it's going to be exciting to see what she's able to do with some more time in the sport. Just so smooth, and just the leverage is there. You can tell that as she builds up her strength, it's just going to continue to float off the ground.
And she's currently leading that pack in the weight class, as she's forecasted with a 312.5 kilo division or total in the 63 class. So she is fending off Ellie Weinstein and Julie Zhang, who are lifting in the second session. So they're going to try to beat the total that Savannah puts up today.
Yeah. Layla coming out next, 157.5 kilos, about 360 pounds. Or sorry, about 350 pounds. Very smooth there. 3 white lights, a good lift for Layla. These second attempt deadlifts are already starting to really build up in weight. I'm so excited for third attempt deadlifts are just magical every session. 20 kilo jump here from Nicholas. Oh my goodness.
Wow, what an easy attempt there.
Yeah, doesn't slow him down at all to make that big of a jump there. So hopefully he takes another solid jump on to that next one.
I see we got a nice bump in viewers watching our deadlift session. If you guys are new and tuning in for the first time, be sure to go to liftingcast.com/meets. Go to 5W Midwest Collegiate Showdown Day 1, and there you'll be able to see all of the numbers, the attempts, and the forecasted placings that we see here. That way you can follow along as you watch the live stream.
Jonathan with a nice looking deadlift for his second, 182.5 kilos, 3 white lights on that lift. These lifters are putting it all together. We're 2 lifters out of third attempts for this flight A. 195 kilos for AJ coming up.
Looking to pick up 15 kilos from his opening deadlift. A pretty sizable jump from opening to second. Pretty standard in that range. But, I mean, it's meaningful when you're actually building that total. I mean, the consistency with AJ that we've seen throughout the whole competition is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, he is very well coached. Very proficient lifter. Really has been very mature in this meet in terms of selecting weights and the smoothness in which he lifts.
Beautiful attempt there by AJ.
Yeah. Just another solid call, another build on his total, putting himself in a really, really strong position here.
I want you guys to pay attention at the class Jordan is lifting in.
Oh my goodness.
Is closing out this flight, and he is in the 59 kilo weight class. He registered at a 56.1 kilogram body weight. So he is about 128 pounds, lifting just shy of 500 pounds. That is insane. And Jordan gets 3 white lights.
485-pound deadlift right there. Interested to see if he's going to load it up to hit the 500, but definitely looks like he is just very, very strong on the day.
Yeah, he is 123 pounds. So if he does secure that 500, that is a 4 times body weight deadlift.
That's incredible.
At a collegiate level, you really don't see that.
Yeah.
That's something where you're approaching elite status there.
Yeah, he is putting himself in a very rare category, especially
Unfortunately, just a little bit too much there for Jordan. Lost a bit of balance. But
Yeah.
she still walks away with 90 kilos as a as a final deadlift.
Yeah, and that loss of balance on deadlifts, it happens probably more often than you think it does. Just trying to really time yourself up with pulling up, but also having to time that wedge sometimes just throws you off, especially when you're really, really excited and really know that you're gonna have to pull hard on a bar.
An amazing attempt there by Sammy, able to walk away with a 2.5 kilo, actually a 5 kilo PR on her deadlift. She previously walked in with a 90 kilo best and walked away with 95. Up next, we got Ryan taking 112.5 kilos.
Stands up, big chest, 3 white lights.
Yeah, big improvement there from his opening deadlift, being able to kind of correct that positional issue he had and walking away with 112.5 kilos.
Yeah. Hannah coming out next. Another 10 kilo jump from her. 275 pounds here. Finish off your day strong, Hannah. Let's see it. Very nice end to her day. 3 white lights. You can tell she is so excited.
And again, Hannah, another one of those lifters in the 63 kilo class that is trying to put up the highest possible total before the primetime lifters step in and try to see if they can edge out that and then beat that total.
Anna coming out next. 130 kilos, a 5 kilo jump. Gets it to the top. Judges say 3 white lights, a good lift for Anna.
And a 5 kilo PR for Anna, representing the University of Cincinnati.
Yes, we love to see PRs on the platform. All right, Emma, her last deadlift of the day. 130 kilos here to end off this deadlift session for her. End off this meet for her. Come on, Emma. There you go. Hips through.
There you go. Hold it. Hold it. Lock it out. Nice attempt there by Emma.
Way to
3
stick
white
with
lights. That's a 7.5 kilo deadlift PR for her. What an amazing feat there. I love when people hit PRs. It's just it's so nice being able to see all that work, training hours, all that dedication come to fruition here on the platform.
Kevin, do you have a special PR dance, ritual? What do you do when you hit a PR?
Honestly, I think I just scream. I just scream in excitement. Yeah.
That's fair. At my next meet, I am vowing to... Oh, Daisy?
Let's go, Daisy. Lock it out.
There you go, Daisy!
And Daisy walks away with 303 pounds as a final deadlift, finally breaking past that 300 barrier.
Yes, ma'am. Way to stick with that deadlift. You can see, her hand grinding against her quad, wanting to open up, but she's able to just squeeze through it. Here's Savannah. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Very quick on that one.
Good execution and recovery after having missed only her second attempt squat, but being able to kind of walk away with a forecasted win in the women's 63 kilo division, currently sitting at 320 kilos.
Yeah, she had a very, very solid day, was able to recover from that squat, come back, hit it for her third, and then go on to have an incredible day from there. Layla coming out 170 kilo deadlift, 375 pounds right here. It's a big deadlift. Oh, that left hand. Oh, or that right hand, just not quite able to get that all the way locked out. Not quite able to get that down command from the judges.
Irregardless, Layla is your current leader in the women's raw collegiate division, currently sitting at 78.463 IPF points. She is the current leader for this division across all the women, so she is looking to hold off that position as basically from the stands, right? She is going to be watching the primetime lifters go up, and she's going to see how far high can my placing hold me up.
Yeah. So hopefully she is going to just be hoping that she has done enough on the day to secure good positioning for herself.
That was a good lift there by Nicholas with 180 kilos, picking up 15 kilos. And now we got Jonathan Greer. We see some people who are rooting for him in the comments here. 195 loaded for him in the bar.
All right, Jonathan, make it move for all the people at home. There you go.
There it is. And what a
big
what a
smile.
Yeah.
Had to rebrace a little bit at the top.
And after having only missed that opener, I mean, what a recovery, right? I mean, normally people kind of get in their heads, they miss their opener, and then that turns their meat into a downfall, but not for Jonathan. Jonathan showed up and showed out.
Yeah.
Now for one of our favorites, AJ, 205 kilos. This is for the 9-for-9 lift.
Yes, let's see it. It's been smooth and strong so far. Finish it off strong. Give it everything you have. Oh, wow.
What a nice attempt there.
Yeah. I think he even had a little bit more in the tank. He maybe could have pulled 210.
Yeah. Again, I think it's the strategy of trying to go 9-for-9, putting up the highest total possible and just waiting and seeing, right, like where you end up at the conclusion of prime time.
Yeah.
Now, what do we got loaded on the bar here for Mr. Jordan, our 59-kilo lifter?
This is 507 pounds. Oh, my goodness. He just ran up to the bar.
Just a little bit.
Almost had it. Oh, my goodness.
But weighing in at only 123 pounds, to move 500 like that, I mean, how many people who weigh that little are moving weights that high? That's impressive on its own to be able to break the ground.
Yeah, and honestly, I think, with just a little bit more time, he's really going to be able to smooth that out, come back, and make that look really, really clean.
And with that concluded our Flight A lifters. So Flight A, all done. They are ready to go home, ready to eat, ready to do whatever. And now we got our Flight B lifters coming up next. So we have Zaid taking an easy 125-kilo deadlift opener. Again, we're back to the starting ground. These lifters are solidifying their totals, getting something on the board, and looking to build from here.
Yeah. These deadlifts are, in my opinion, the most entertaining part of every single meet. There's something just so simple about just stand up and you win. And that, to me, more than, squat, you have depth that you have to worry about. Bench, you have, the press commands and things like that. Deadlift, as long as you stand up and hold it, you can pretty confidently know whether or not you got a lift.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Very easy. Blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah. Someone needs to tell him that the warm-up room is back there and not out here.
Yeah.
That I don't even know if that was the last warm-up. Mason coming out, opening at 155 kilos here. Very nice.
Again, these openers are very easy for these lifters. They're looking to really build those totals and take some pretty hefty jumps from what I'm guessing. Taking a look at the speed of the openers.
Yeah, I have a feeling that we're gonna see around 10 to 15 kilo jumps for most of our lifters here, and for some of our braver lifters that we have in this flight, we're probably gonna see some 20 kilo jumps. Mason absolutely explodes that opener, so he's definitely going to take a big jump after this. Justin out next, 162.5 kilos. Justin's having a really good day so far.
Smooth attempt there. And I think one of the nice things I like seeing about this front camera angle is being able to analyze the symmetrical positioning of these lifters, right? Being able to see how well they've refined their technique so that they are distributing their effort and energy pretty unilaterally and very symmetrically.
Yeah, your foot pressure is such a huge component of all of your lifts in powerlifting. And the ability to sort of feel how much pressure you're putting on the left or the right foot at any given time and managing that, especially when you are lifting weights that are close to your max, is a real challenge. Christopher coming out, 170 kilo opener. Nice and smooth. 374 pounds on that opener, 3 white lights. Liam taking that same weight, 170 kilos as well. Lots of cheers for Liam as he comes out for this one. Let's see it, Liam. Crowd says easy. I agree. 3 white lights on that one. Roman coming out next, 172.5 kilos. 2.5 kilos more than our last one. So let's see how quickly he moves this. Very smooth. You can see the baby powder flying off his legs.
And let's talk about that a little bit, right? So sometimes we see, for people who are new to powerlifting, you see, what is that white stuff all over these people's legs, right? Is that chalk? Is that some other powder substance, right? So there's 2 different, I guess you could say, powders that we use in the sport of powerlifting that are pretty universally used. So we have chalk. That is used on our hands, back, and wherever we need friction, right? That chalk absorbs that moisture and allows you to grip that bar so that it doesn't slip. Baby powder, on the other hand, right? If you just take baby powder and you rub it against your hand, you notice that pretty much everything that you grab slips off of your hands. And a very common saying is chalk makes it stick and powder makes it slick. So that goes to show that friction that is created by the bar dragging up against your legs, dragging up against your sock, your leg hair, all those things, you want that baby powder to create a barrier so that that bar almost glides through your legs and is able to have a more efficient and a more smooth lockout.
Yeah. People do sometimes, get confused when they get into powerlifting of, I saw someone at the gym the other day trying to put chalk on her legs because she didn't know any better. And so that's one of those really important educational pieces in powerlifting of knowing, chalk is supposed to go on your hands and the baby powder is on your legs. And getting those 2 things mixed up is a big deal because they actually serve completely opposite purposes. Oh my goodness,
Very
Nick.
smooth, yeah. Oh my gosh, Nick, dude. The warm-up room, like you said, right, it's back there.
Yeah. In Powerlifting America, we use bars that are meant to be stiff. And you could see with how fast he wedged and pulled that bar, there was actually a little bit of bend in it, which is not supposed to happen, and he's just that strong.
The tension created off the ground it goes to show how tight these lifters are gripping the bar, but also how much tension they're able to build before that bar even leaves the ground.
Yeah. Tommy doing an excellent job with the timing and the strength on that one. Very, very smooth.
And this excites me, right? Just looking at this green, all the green we see here on Lifting Cast, every single one of our lifters in this flight is on the board, right?
Yeah.
So nobody's at risk of bombing out. Nobody's at risk of having to retake a weight. So this is really where the party begins.
Yeah.
This is where we actually start seeing these lifters start taking some more aggressive and higher jumps, wanting to build that total and really positioning themselves for those placements, right? For the team scoring, all the lifts that matter.
Zaid has it come off the ground a little bit uneven,
It
but
almost, it
three
almost
white
looked
lights.
like a misload, but it was just
Yeah,
off balance.
I think his hands were just misset a little bit. So that's one where he just needs to slow down in terms of his setup, and just make sure that his hands are even, because it's that mixed grip sometimes is a little bit weird with trying to figure out which of your fingers is supposed to be, the first finger on your
Right.
left hand versus your right. Like your pinky versus your index finger is kind of where you want to line those things up with. But that sometimes doesn't feel right, despite that being usually where you need to be even.
Yeah, I usually use my index fingers as sort of guides, that because they sit between the smooth and the knurling of the bar. So that's a really good indicator to make sure that my grip is set evenly. And I know a lot of lifters use different methods in just holding their arms out or straight down, or actually gripping the bar and then wedging into the bar. But that symmetry and that positioning comes with experience too, and just developing a well-rounded technique.
Yeah, and I do want to shout out Zaid for being able to finish that lift, because the oblique strength that it requires to pull unevenly like that is rough. Mason with a very nice second attempt there.
I don't know if you felt that, but as he dropped down that bar, you felt that shake,
Yeah.
that noise. So I'm really excited for when these lifts start getting past the 400, 500-pound marks, and we start seeing some really, really weights being thrown down.
Yeah. Hopefully, none of our lifters get into any trouble with the bar
Slamming-
coming
yeah.
down too fast.
Yeah.
Being respectful of the equipment and the platform and things like that. But, I mean, it's just so hard to control 400, 500 pounds, and there's no way to put down 400 pounds gently. So there's a very, I don't want to say fine line that lifters walk, but the ruling that Powerlifting America operates off of is you want to bring the bar back down, but you can't accelerate the bar with your hands at all. So just making sure that you're not pushing the bar down as you are setting it back to the ground. Here we go, Justin. 180 kilos on this one. 17.5 kilo jump. So about 40 pounds from his last one. Nice. You can tell he's feeling himself by that belt flick.
Yeah, gives a little signal to the crowd that I'm here.
Yeah.
This is moving. And yeah, I mean, picking up 17.5 kilos, that is some weight.
Yeah. Here we go, Caden. Also taking nice big jump on this one. Nice and strong. Gets to the top. 3 white lights on that one. Liam coming out next, 185 kilos. This will be a 2.5 kilo PR for him if he's able to hit this. So already putting himself on track to hit a nice little deadlift PR. Very nice. Gonna be able to set himself up to hit a nice big deadlift PR for his third. Don't want to call it a YOLO attempt because he's gonna load up something that he knows he can hit, but he has all the cards on the table for that last deadlift.
Yeah, I mean, all these guys are executing to perfection. We just see green after green after green, white light after white light. And with Roman in that attempt of 407, I mean, that's no different. These guys are executing, and that's what we want to see. That's the exciting part about powerlifting is we are competing against each other at our absolute best,
Yeah.
right? And that's what we want to see. We don't want to win almost like a cheap win, right? If somebody doesn't execute, if somebody is missing lifts, no, we want to win and we want to beat our competitors and compete against them at their best.
Yeah. Christopher, very nice on that one. Had it come up just a little bit uneven, but clearly didn't slow him down whatsoever.
It's crazy that we're almost done with session 1.
Yeah.
We're moving so fast.
I almost am sad that this first session's almost over because of just how fun it's been watching these lifters perform.
Nice. Very good attempt.
Yeah. And you can see that our lifters are really starting to strut their stuff a little bit and hype themselves up because they know that these last deadlifts are going to really take it all out of them. Paul is hyping himself up for this second right here, 200 kilos, 440 pounds. Sticks with it. Nice little smile at the top. We'll see if he comes out for his third. Gives us the, nah, I'm good on that one, but we'll see. Hopefully he still does something. Nick coming out, also taking 200 kilos. Getting some crowd hype in there.
Very nice attempt there by Nick. 200 kilos on the board. Wow, these guys are executing. Like,
yeah.
I have no words for what I'm seeing here. Like, very rarely do we see almost two full rounds of deadlifts to be executed to perfection.
Yeah.
So it's literally first guy to drop the ball, right, is going to be at the disadvantage.
Yeah. Hopefully Tommy can lock us in with this last lift of our second attempts here. Give us that clean second attempts so we can move on to thirds full of excitement.
There it is.
Oh my goodness. Not only did he hit that.
He's loading 500.
Yeah.
I know that for sure. Yeah, it's just another 12 and a half kilos. I think that's there. But
yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving along to our third attempt deadlifts for the Flight B session. We have Zaid going up to 142.5 kilos, 314 pounds, 315, right, if you want to round up. This is 3 commercial gym plates for Zaid. Looking to put him on performance.
Yeah, we're going to round up for him here. Here you go. Finish it. Come on. Oh, what a grind.
Nice.
Just grits his teeth, stands up, 3 white lights.
And just take a look at this replay. Look how, even though that bar does come up unbalanced and it's just swaying all over the place, he maintains his composure in his core and just able to stand up with that weight.
Yeah. Just a really gritty performance on that pole, and I just love seeing stuff like that. Wow, Brendan, 160 kilos on that third attempt. Looks like he had a lot left in the tank after that one, actually. Vincent coming out next, 165 kilos here. This will match his deadlift PR and give him a nice total PR. Very well executed on that one. Mason coming out next, taking a 12.5 kilo jump here, 182.5 kilos. Come on, Mason. Make this move. Gets his hips through, locks it out. Atta boy.
3 white lights.
Mason squared, coming back out. Other Mason. 185 kilos here.
Sometimes there's not much that needs to be said. You just got to appreciate what you're seeing here. I mean, the execution, again, I'm just going to continue restating it because it's how rare that we see these lifters just kind of going back to back to back, hitting these lifts.
Yeah, you can tell that they know it is going to take 3 for 3 on deadlifts to make sure that they have the placing that they want.
I mean, we're seeing it already. We have our second session that is going to start in just under 2 hours, 2 hours. And we are seeing our attempt weights and the weigh-ins starting to populate on the lifting cast for lifters in the next session. So we're starting to see how they're kind of squeezing in on those placings. But, I mean, for Liam here, I mean, these guys are just executing to perfection. Liam,
what a
3
good
white
lift.
lights. But yeah, we're starting to see our session 2 lifters starting to kind of work themselves into the mix off of just the openers. So it's going to be exciting to see how our session 1 lifters are kind of able to fend off the lifters coming in for session 2.
Yeah, and we can see that this men's top 10 list is starting to solidify just a little bit. We'll see in Flight C who is able to secure their placing. Ryan Park in the lead. Travis Kim in second right now, but you can see that the spread is actually getting even smaller as we go throughout this day.
And and the interesting part is that these this data, the top 10, is now considering the openers that are put in by the session 2 lifters. So it just kind of again, the spread tightening just means how competitive it really is. So all of these lifters in session 1 that are executing to perfection, this is where it counts. This is where that display, that performance is going to show up when it comes down to the top 10 placings.
Yeah. Here comes Roman, 197.5 kilos, 435 pounds. Grinds, fights, keeps going.
And we are not missing here. Roman gets 3 white lights.
These are the types of performances that just stick with you as an athlete, and just like this deadlift is going to be a deadlift that man remembers for the rest of his life, knowing just how much he was able to grind through that sticking point. Justin coming out next, gets the crowd hyped up, wants their energy. Let's see it. One last look at his coach. Pull, finishes it.
He's like, am I doing it right, coach? And yes, you are. 3 white lights for Mr. Justin.
That was a 12 and a half,
that was a
22 and a half kilo jump. Oh my goodness. Huge jump on that one. That's a brave pull.
He covered 40 kilos going from 162, 180 to 202. That's an insane spread.
Incoming deadlift specialist memes. Oh, yeah.
There we go. And oh my gosh, this
Casper.
session's so exciting.
Yes, sir.
210 kilos secured for
Oh,
Casper.
my goodness. I love, too, that we're seeing all of these lifts happen sort of in different ways, too. We have some that are grind, some that are really smooth, and so it's just so exciting.
And Paul, this entire competition, he stayed fairly calm and reserved, and is now here where he's letting those emotions go and really applying that aggression and energy into this final deadlift.
Come on, Paul. Lock it in here. Give it all you have on this one.
There it is.
Oh.
Just a little bit too much on the day, but
yeah,
still a good performance for Paul. Being a first-time competitor as well, only missing his third bench and his third deadlift, but still walking away with some pretty nice PRs.
Yeah, a 7 for 9 day at your first meet is incredible work. Nick coming out 210, and you can just tell he's fired up for this last pull. You can see the determination on his face. He wants this so bad, and I hope he gets it. Come on, Paul. Or come on, Nick. There it is. Just so fast to the top. Just, Yeah, he definitely is going to be putting on so much more strength in the coming months after this meet. This meet really seems like it's just a check-in for a lot of our collegiate lifters. You know, checking in on their progress, seeing how much they have gained up to this point, but there's just so much more in the tank for these lifters.
Yeah. You got Christopher at 212.5 kilos.
Pull.
Gets that down
Very
command. Let's see what the
nice.
referees say. 3
In.
white lights.
Bear down, baby. That first down, Selly.
Gotta love that. Gotta love that. And again, Christopher showed a lot of maturity in not having as good of a squat session, only hitting his second attempt and scratching his third after missing his opener. He didn't let that get in his way. He didn't get disgruntled by it, and he ended the last portion of his day 6 for 6, going 3 for 3 on bench and 3 for 3 on deadlift.
Yeah, and that just goes to show, like, that sometimes it is better to just take the rest. Chris missed that opener, hit his second, and then just deciding not to take that third gave him the energy that he needed there.
Tommy Kang, 496 pounds, third attempt deadlift. Let's go, Tom.
Last lift of Flight B. Come on, Tommy. Go!
There it is. There it is.
Finish it! Gets that down.
command.
Yeah.
Yep. Love to see it.
And you
Love
could tell
to
the
see it.
judge was even excited for him. You could see their whole body into that down command. And that's the thing, too, about this sport is our judges love our athletes just as much as the fans and the spotters and loaders as well.
So again, very exciting to see this Flight B session was so beautifully executed. Only one missed lift, but I mean, these guys really put on a show and are really kind of making that statement that these session 2 lifters are going to have to earn their way into those podium spots because they weren't given to them easy.
Yeah, and I think that too speaks to sort of this evolution of powerlifting that's happening right now of since when are collegiate lifters having a near flawless deadlift session? Back in the day, it's pretty common to miss your thirds on deadlift, especially if you're reaching. But for all of these lifters to come out, show the maturity to not overshoot and to stick with weights that are, near their max and keeping that positioning is just shows how much powerlifting has the potential to continue to grow. And, imagine one day we have a whole meet where everyone goes 9 for 9 and how crazy that would be. Jawad coming out next, 175 kilos. Having himself a solid day today on these lifts. Nice, smooth deadlift. 3 white lights on that one for Jawad. Kenneth coming out next, 180 kilos. Continuing to just build on this total. Looks like he's going to have a nice deadlift based on where his opener is. Nice and smooth. This is the last flight of this morning session of lifters. So these are the last lifters that we're going to see for this morning session. Kevin, if you had to describe this session in just 1 or 2 words, what would you say is your quickest description of this morning session?
I think what really speaks out to me is the future, right? I mean, I think I'm taking into consideration the fact that this isn't quite the primetime session. These aren't the highlight lifters, the premier level of lifting that we'll see today, but this gives us a really good exposure as to what these collegiate programs are doing, what the development stages of these programs look like, and how these lifters are going from lifting in this session to seeing them qualify, perform, and compete at these higher level competitions, hopefully at university nationals, but also at these higher level local meets where they get a time to showcase their abilities on a bigger stage, right? And what a stage to do it on then at the 5W Midwest Collegiate Showdown. I mean, this is the biggest local meet Powerlifting America has put together. So this is already a huge platform for these lifters to gain exposure, gain a lot of experience, and I see very high potential for these lifters to be the future of this sport.
Yeah. And something else, too, that I would say is the standard, right? The judging at this meet has been incredible in terms of the calls, I think, have all been incredibly fair. These lifters are lifting to a very high standard, and they are seeing their lifts, like, be successful as well. So, you know, powerlifting is very, very quickly becoming a sport where 8 for 9 and 9 for 9 meets are the standard to win.
Yeah.
Samuel coming out next, 210 kilos. Him just standing there waiting for his red lights. You know what you did, sir. You're good.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting when lifters know they did everything perfectly, but just waiting for those lights. I think that extra reassurance from the referees, right? Just kind of not celebrating too early.
Yeah. We've all been there where we've had a lift that we thought was good. We start celebrating just to have the red light show up, and heartbreaking. Diego moving quick. I'm so excited to see what his jumps are going to look like. That was just as fast as all of his other lifts, so we'll see where he goes from there. Brian coming out next, taking 212.5 kilos.
Smooth opening attempt there.
Yeah, very nice. I want to take just a quick second to talk about the one other piece of equipment that is actually a requirement in powerlifting. You see our lifters on deadlift specifically have these long socks on. That is to try to provide some sort of barrier between the bar and the skin of our lifters, because on the deadlift, part of your goal is to keep the bar as close to you as possible to try to maintain your balance. And sometimes, especially with sumo deadlifters, you'll see their legs are out towards the knurling, and these bars are really, really sharp. That knurling needs to be sharp so it digs into your hand and gives you something to squeeze onto. But that also means there is a common sumo deadlift mark that a lot of lifters have. And so sometimes lifters will bleed on the bar because they're trying to keep the bar close to them. So wearing those deadlift socks is our way of trying our best to keep the bar safe and clean from that. But if blood does end up on the bar for whatever reason through the socks, then we have our spotters and loaders clean the bar off. So we are taking care of our lifters in powerlifting in as many ways as we possibly can. Travis Kim coming out next, 245 kilos on this deadlift opener.
We got several lifters already opening up above 500 pounds. And, I mean, Travis Kim is no exception to that, right? We have almost a 550-pound, this is 540, opening attempt. That's just, I mean, these guys are lifting some serious weight now.
Yeah, and these are some of the guys that were making some bigger jumps. So I think we might see some of these guys make that push for that 600-pound deadlift today.
Absolutely, yeah. I think especially because deadlift tends to be the lift that you jump the highest amount of amount of weight, just because proportionately you're lifting more weight, so the jumps are gonna seem less if you're jumping 10 kilos on deadlift versus 10 kilos on squat. And look at that smack to the
Oh,
leg
yeah.
by
He's
Marek.
fired up.
250 kilos, 551 pounds as an opening deadlift.
Yeah, last deadlifter of this opening attempt, so let's see it.
Yeah, he really woke up those quads. I mean,
Yeah.
that was a very fast opening attempt. But yeah, I mean, these lifters are going to be jumping larger amounts than we saw previously in the bench press and even in the squat. I mean, deadlift for most people tends to be the lift where you lift the most weight.
Yeah. And two, part of that is there's no lifts after this. So when it comes to emptying the tank, this is where you do it. After this, these lifters are going to have earned a nice long deload, some hopefully good food tonight. They've all worked incredibly hard in their preps. And after this, they are going to give their bodies some rest. So this really is the moment. These third deadlifts, one last lift to prove everything. And we're not even there yet. We're still on seconds. So the excitement's only going to continue to build. That was just a very confident looking conventional deadlift. Oh, we're getting groovy back here.
Mm-hmm. Again, we're moving so fast in these attempts. We're already on second attempts. It's pretty insane how fast the TSS spotting and loading crew is moving.
Yeah. Had a little bit of a wobble and stick.
It wasn't quite ramping, or actually, he got 2-to-1 no lift from the side referees. It might have been for ramping or hitching the bar. Unsure of what that might have looked like on the side from the referee perspective, but that's normally called when lifters either support the bar on their thighs or use any sort of hitching or momentum to try to get that bar up.
That is a good lift for Patrick. And yeah, that hitching or ramping sometimes will happen if a lifter just isn't good about keeping their knees sort of back. Sometimes, and it looked like this is what happened on Kenneth's deadlift, is that his knees just slid under the bar for a quick second, and sometimes that's just enough to get that call. Andrew coming out next for 220 kilos, 485 pounds. Nice and smooth. 3 white lights for Andrew. Xavier coming out next. His second attempt is 220, but his best deadlift prior to this is 210. So this is already a 10-kilo PR just on seconds. He opened 2.5 kilos under a PR. That's incredible.
Yeah, I mean,
that just speaks to the progress that these lifters are able to make.
Yeah, and I just kind of want to highlight the progress a lot of these lifters have made. Oftentimes, when lifters are competing at higher level meets where there's more competition, like a nationals or even a fairly competitive collegiate local meet, you tend to kind of rewire your brain to add that extra layer of discipline, right? As opposed to just a regular local meet you're doing for fun, right? There's a certain element of like, I need to do great at this meet because not only do I have a lot of eyes on me, but there's actual people that I'm going to be competing against. So I want to put my best foot forward and showcase what I'm capable of doing. That way I can see where I really stack up against lifters in my weight class.
Diego continues to just absolutely manhandle these weights. They're so fast, and it just looks effortless for him. Here comes Samuel, 227.5 kilos. Nice and strong on his second. 3 white lights for Samuel. He is really putting together a strong day. Looks like he is on track, looking to go 9 for 9 if he is able to hit that last deadlift.
Moving along, these guys are already in their second attempts lifting 500 pounds.
Yeah. Brian here. Very solid second attempt. That's exactly what a second attempt is supposed to look like. A little bit hard, but still plenty in the tank. He should still be able to make a nice solid jump for his next deadlift. Lock coming in, 237.5 kilos here. 17.5 kilo jump. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Such a smooth second attempt there for Locke.
And he pointed at the socks there. I don't know exactly what they are. It looks like beets and carrots and I don't know, whatever it is. Clearly, he's been eating good leading into this meet. Ben coming out next, 245 kilos, 10 kilo jump.
Very nice attempt there. And just to kind of play into a little bit how these placings are shaping up, we look here on Lifting Cast in the 105 kilo class. Benjamin just smashed 245. However, we've had several lifters from the second session already put in their attempts, and they are already knocking out those podium positions and securing those spots off of just the opener. So now our session 1 lifters are from the outside looking in, even off of just the openers, right? So it goes to show not just the quality of lifting that we're expected to see on the second session, but also how these placings are sort of shaping up once we get the full picture of everybody that's competing today.
Yeah, and these lifters already this morning session are impressive on their own, right? Like these are lifters who are already doing incredible things, and we keep hyping up this afternoon session as if it's going to be better than this, and it's because there is just a level of elite lifters in this Midwest that are really just going to come and show, and I think that proves the depth of the Midwest, that we have all these lifters that are this strong and this incredible, and we have lifters that are coming in the afternoon session that on openers are taking some of those podium spots. Mark, 270 on that one.
Yeah, just shy of the 600 pounds. That's really remarkable. I mean, we got to see as we're moving into our third attempt deadlifts, we got a top 10 placings there. I mean, we already see lifters from the second session already dominating that podium in the top 10. So that's just otherworldly next level.
Yeah.
And it just kind of circling back to our third attempts, we have Victor taking a 15 kilo jump. Very wide stance there.
Yeah, almost doing like a snatch grip deadlift there. Gets it, 200 kilos. A good lift for him.
And I'll highlight an interesting battle we have going on with the 105s. We have Brian, Benjamin, and Merrick, who are all basically within 5 kilos apart from each other from breaking into the top 5. So they are all now from the outside looking into that top 5 placing. So Brian currently holds that with a 602 forecasted total, but Benjamin and Merrick are only 2.5 kilos apart respectively from one another.
Yeah, and that forecast, it does mean that Brian is going to have to hit that third deadlift if he wants to even stay in his position amongst those other 2 lifters in his own session as well.
Yeah, and the benefit is that Benjamin and Merrick both have the deadlift advantage, being heavier down later down in the flight. So it's going to be up to Brian on what they decide to do.
Yeah. On third deadlifts only, you are able to, after you have picked your initial weight, before you come out to deadlift, you can change your third deadlift, if you want to change it to try to put yourself into a battle for positioning.
Yeah, so that's the only lift that you can change. You can change it up to 2 times, and we'll likely start seeing a little bit of jockeying for position. Maybe not so much in this first session, but we definitely will see it in the second session as these lifters not only battle for the top podium spots in their division, but also for the best lifter overall division.
Yeah. Jawad coming out here next, 215 kilos. Looking to go 3 for 3 on deadlifts today. Finish out this meet strong. Very strong on that one. Nice and smooth.
Not only does he get the 3 for 3, but he gets a 9 for 9. Good job, Jawad.
Yeah.
That's a really, really good way to end off your competition. Going 9 for 9. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah. And just so controlled, so smooth on all his lifts. He really just had a good day, came in, and just executed today. Xavier taking a small jump here, just a 5 kilo jump up to 225 kilos.
496 pounds, just shy of the 500-pound mark.
Here you go, Xavier. Pull it. Come on. Fight. Oh. Just not quite able to get it moving enough off the ground. Andrew coming out next, 227.5 kilos. This is 500 pounds, 501. Breaking himself into the 500-pound club here. Let's see it, Andrew. Oh, yeah. Does it easily. 3 white lights. A good lift. All right. Here we have the first of our 105s in the battle today. Brian needs this deadlift if he wants to keep his positioning ahead of the other 105s in this session. The other 2 will be pulling after him.
Very nice attempt there. And did I hear that correctly? Yeah, Brian gets that 9 for 9.
Yeah, very impressive for Brian to go 9 for 9 and be in this such a competitive battle. A fun little story from him. He forgot his singlet at home on his way to this meet, so he had to borrow someone else's singlet. Still manages to pull off a good day.
Samuel Roberts, 242.5 kilos, grinds up with that weight, holds it, and let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights and also a 9 for 9 performance for our 93-kilo lifter.
Yes, and you see him let out just the roar of emotion at the end. You can tell that these lifters just love this, and they just are enjoying it so much today.
So Diego looking to almost have that gentleman's 9 for 9, right?
Yeah.
Like missing only his opening deadlift. Looking to go 250 on his third deadlift. Also squatting 250, 550, 550. Let's see this from Diego.
This is a 25-kilo jump from his second to his third.
Oh, and it just slips out of his hand.
No! Oh, my goodness. So close on that one.
It
Almost had it.
It still excites me that Diego is ending his competition with an 83 forecasted IPF points after finishing out his performance, because he is currently sitting still within those top 10 rankings. So
yeah,
even after only competing in the first session, he is hanging in there with the lifters that are going to be lifting this afternoon.
Here comes Locke. 255 kilos here. Very nice on that one. He just, as soon as he gets his hips into the right position, is just able to explode to that top position. Here comes Ben, 260 kilos here. This would be a 50-kilo deadlift PR if I saw that right.
That is an insane amount to PR for. I mean, that's over 100 pounds.
What are they feeding these college kids? Hey, dining plans must be different from when I went to college.
This will also crack him into the 600-kilo total, so that's a lot of milestones here.
Here we go.
Let's go, Ben.
Gets it to the top. Very nice. A
Very-
strong day for him.
Very well executed. We're now down to 2 deadlifts remaining. We got Travis Kim attempting 280 kilos, our first over 600-pound deadlift attempt. This is 617 pounds, 90-kilo lifter, also to go 9 for 9. Travis Kim, this will put him at not only a 9 for 9, over 600, but break him into the 90 IPF points contention. So that is a really, really competitive score to end off in this session.
Yeah. Come on, Travis. Let's see this. At home, make some noise for him. In the chat, make some noise for him. He needs everything he can get. Oh,
Just a little too much there, but he still walks away with 265. He's currently still sitting in second place in the men's 93 Raw Collegiate, but we still have plenty of lifting left to go this afternoon. Let's see how Travis Kim can fend off that second place position.
and I appreciate him giving the crowd a little heart. I love the showmanship, the love for the crowd, for hyping him up.
And
And-
our
go ahead.
last deadlift of this session, Merrick, 623 pounds.
Here we go, Merrick. Make this move. Show us why you are the last lifter of this morning session. Finish it. Grind.
Let's go, let's go.
fights. Get your hips through.
Oh, there it is.
What did the
Did he
judges
get the
say?
down command? 2 to 1.
2-1. It counts.
There we
Merrick finishes off the day with a huge pull, a grind.
Wow, that is as close as you'll get to securing that lift. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the deadlift portion for session 1 and the entire session for the 5W Midwest Collegiate Showdown. We have here on screen our top 10 men. We have for this session Travis Kim, Diego Locke in those top 3 positions. I mean, they have the respective good lift points, 88, 83, and 83.51. I mean, these guys are neck and neck with each other, but they still have to fend off all the lifters from the following session. So it's going to be a lot of competitiveness left to go. I mean, this is exciting.
Yeah, this morning men's session was already incredibly close. The women's session was also incredibly close. And we had some really, really good lifters here as well. Layla in first place with a 78.46 good lift score. Emma and Savannah taking second and third respectively, 72 and a 70 good lift points. These lifters, like the spread just was so close. This was such a tight meet that, you know, Daisy hitting her lifts, Savannah hitting one more lift could have just bumped them up. And this really came down to a matter of 5 to 10 pounds, you know, maybe even less.
Yeah, I think the important aspect to also consider is the team portion of it,
Yeah.
right? These lifters not only had to execute for themselves in hitting PRs, but they needed to take into account that I want to put up the highest possible total I can to score points for my team,
Yeah.
right? This is not only an individual competition, but there's a collegiate championship going on here. So all these schools are battling it out for that top placing. So these lifters not had to perform for themselves, but also their teammates are depending on them to execute, right?
Yeah. And we see that there is a very good spread amongst this like top 10 of U Chicago doing well, UC Chicago doing well, UIC is up there a couple of times. So I really think this university tournament is going to come down to, you know, did your boy hit his lifts?
Right, absolutely. And honestly, yeah, that is very exciting and honestly very telling on what we got ahead of us for this next session. We have we're just halfway there, right?
Yeah.
We have plenty of lifting left to go. We still got another session that will start at 3 p.m.
Mhm.
We are so excited to bring you guys all the action and be able to commentate that. I mean, we are already seeing here on Lifting Cast, we see all these lifters that are starting to fill up with their opening attempts. And honestly, I mean, these weights are astounding. These lifters are putting up some serious weight. And
Yeah,
and
I'm
it's gonna
seeing
be,
some of the women, it looks like, in the afternoon session opening already in the upper 300 pounds. So these lifters are really going to be putting on even more of a show in this afternoon session, and I am just so excited to be a part of it. Again, I'm Isaiah. Thank you for being here.
Yeah. My name is Kevin Serrano, and it was such a pleasure for us to be able to commentate this session for you guys. Again, this is the Powerlifting America 5W Midwest Showdown. This is day 1, and we just concluded our session 1. So don't go anywhere. Take a break, get some food, hydrate, and we will see you all back at 3 p.m.
See ya.